Speaking of revenue, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna do this thing. Let's do the EnchantWorldle. Then we can do the set review. And then if we have extra time, we can do some Vintage Cube. Although, for the sake of the VOD, it's probably going to be chopped up in a different way. Nyx Weaver. So it's a 4-mana or 5-mana rare that is either an enchantment or a creature that, and it's either black or green. Well, Ravenous Baloth is, ooh, it is a beast. Oh, what's there's one from Ravnica. Is it Quill? It's not Quill Spike. It begins with a Q though. It's probably like this. It's like from Ravnica. It has an activated ability that you can pay 1. I mean, I don't know why. If I can't remember what it is, it has a one word name too. We'll get back to that. 5-mana rare beast. Beast something. In green? Oh, in mono green. 5-mana rare mono green beast. I swear, it's gotta be that card, right? No, it's not. Oh, it could be Molder Slug. I think Molder Slug was a beast originally. It is from Mirrodin. Ooh, 5-mana green rare from Mirrodin. 5-mana green rare that's a beast from Mirrodin? This is like my set. I should know what this card is. It's not Molder Slug. That's so funny too, because Molder Slug is a 5-mana rare green beast from this set that technically has another type here. Ooh, this is tough. Mirrodin rare? Five mana green rare. Oh, Copperhoof Vorok. Right, of course. Of course. This card is dope, by the way. In Commander. 5-mana 2/2 beast. It's probably like a boar beast or something. Gets +1/+1 for each untapped permanent your opponents have. It's Mirrodin, baby. Mirrodin is my one of my favorite sets of all time. I know Kamigawa, like people know me for Kamigawa. Likely because for the longest time, people didn't like Kamigawa, right? And so when you're like the one guy in the room that's like, actually, Kamigawa is based, and here's why, then people are going to pay attention to that, and then it's like, that's your thing. You think it's Kamigawa. But fuck, I love Mirrodin so much. OG Mirrodin, that's the real. I mean, Kamigawa is the set of my like teenage years. OG Mirrodin is the set of my like preteen years of like, oh my god, look at how cool everything is. Anyways, cool card. Love that I burned the Dark Confidant thing. Did anybody get it? Nope. Great. Now I'm just curious about this card from Ravnica. I mean, I could probably throw this in here. Hopefully it won't show anything. Beast green 5. Ravnica. I think it's Ravnica, right? It's like, it has an activated ability. Yeah, this one. Oh, it's Ursapine. I thought it began with a Q, but it begins with a U. Ursapine. This card is also pretty cool. I really like Ursapine. I play it in my Sasaya, talks about how, you know, people think of me as Kamigawa, but I'm more than that. Immediately talks about a savior as a Kamigawa commander. Yeah, I played in that deck because he just had like infinite green mana and it's target creature, not just itself. Ooh, this card just like gets out of hand. I use ad block. Hey, hold on. I use U block origin and ad block. Thank you very much. Okay, on to the Spellify. creature. Flying. If at on your
Using magic.
I'm gonna type an I. Nope. At as what the fuck is this card? Draw a card. Sphinx something. Dorn Corn, welcome back for the 8th month. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. May I say good to see you. Dorn Corn, very good name. As at. I mean, they just need to find it if it's as or at. It is not. Tap 2 untapped artifacts you control. Draw a card. Oh, it's the dragon. As long as you have, what is it? Shimmer. I think it's Shimmer Drake. Is it Shimmer Dragon? Yeah, it's Dragon, not Drake. Cool card. I like this card. I like this card a lot. Like this card a lot. Okay, hard mode. Ramp. Oh, is this Eternalize? ETERNALI. Nope. Monstrous? I think it might be monstrous. No, it's not monstrous. It's not Eternalize. It's not monstrous.
Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
Oh, what the freaking crap, Lois, is this? Oh my god. Not monstrous. Not Eternalize. Not Embalm. It's not Adapt. E. I don't know why I don't go with E. E never really helps. I mean, sometimes it helps. Whenever wherever we can be together. Offspring, Agate Instigator. How does he do it? I've been thinking about this card a lot because I've been trying to brainstorm a Naya Allurin deck in my head for Canadian Highlander. And I think this card might be good enough for that. Anywho, cool. Cool. Who did I miss? Carbuncle Girl. Good name. Carbuncle Girl. Welcome back for the 2nd month. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you and good to see you. Thank you so much for all the support. Chat, my legs are fucking killing me. I started running again this past week, or 2 weeks, I guess 2 weeks by now. And I've been pretty good at going like, pacing myself to work myself back into being able to do it, which is great. It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying myself, and I feel a lot better doing it. However, I did notice that my legs were a little sore, and I went to my I had a massage appointment yesterday, and like I was like explaining the running and everything, and so my RMT was like, oh well, we can focus on your legs, because like all the other focus has been on like upper back and traps and stuff from previous injuries and all that shit. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's focus on my legs. And holy shit, you don't know how much stress your thighs are like holding until you get them massaged, because they are on fire. They are just constantly on fire and aching. So I'm like kind of shambling around. Hopefully I'll be I have physio later today, so not on my legs, but hopefully I'll be in shape to go for a run tonight. But Jesus Christ, like I struggled to fall asleep because it was so not great. Before I get into the set review, I just realized that I have 600 decks on my Moxfield account. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of decks. Anyways. Okay. Let's talk set review. So we did part 1 yesterday, where we went through white, blue, and black. What I'm going to do today is, in addition to trying to get through red, green, multicolor, colorless, and land, I am also going to do some catch-ups on some of the white cards that we did not cover in the first stream. As cards are being added to the card image gallery here. I try to use only officially previewed cards here. And by try, I mean, well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to only use the officially previewed cards here using the card gallery for the sake of making it more presentable, and also not accidentally sharing a leak or something like that, because I'm not a huge fan of leaks. And yeah, the only leaks we talked about here are piss. And even then, should we talk about that? Who knows? Who knows? If you missed part 1, the VOD for part 1 is going to be added later tonight. I had a backlog on VODs, so I had to like kind of space them out a little bit. But yeah, we covered part 1. Part 1 should still be on Twitch if you want, but honestly, if you're going to watch a VOD, if you can wait, it's so much more helpful to do it on the YouTube channel, and also to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're not already, because ad revenue. Thoughts on shallots? I love them. They're great. They're delicious. They're underutilized. Honestly, underutilized. There are a lot of dishes where people default to red onion, where you should go with shallot, because it's going to be a nice lighter kind of taste, not as harsh. Oh, I love I like leeks too. I do like leeks. I think leeks are also underutilized in cooking. Leeks are so great if you want to add, like, especially as we're hitting soup and stew season. You want to make yourself a super easy, incredibly tasty soup. White beans, white wine, leeks, some carrots, and some kale. Boom. You're good. You're done. It's delicious. You're good. You're done. Game over. Game over. It's a good soup. It's a hearty soup. Heartier than it sounds. Tastes super. I mean, obviously, you're putting a bunch of wine in it. But yeah, it's great. Next cooking stream when? I don't know. I'd like to do another cooking stream. I'd like to do cooking streams that aren't necessarily hashtag sponsored by HelloFresh, not unlike what we are still currently right now. You can go and click that link. It helps me because I like doing it, and they pay me way too much money. So click on that. But yeah, I'd like to do another cooking stream. Do another cooking stream, maybe something a little more complicated than the easy to make recipes that you receive at HelloFresh. Anyways, shall we get into it? I'm going to start by going over the white cards here, just to make sure that we haven't missed anything. There is a new section up here that'll help us find out. Also, I'm only talking about the cards that I'm only talking about the cards that I would like to address for Canadian Highlander, Gladiator, Cube, and occasionally Vibes. But I'm going to save my thoughts overall on the set as well as the aesthetic, and you know, I'm gonna keep that for the final set review where I go in on Duskmourn. Let's start with exercise. Yeah, it's an important part of your day. 1 and a white for a sorcery. Exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. This one's kind of interesting. These cards pop up time to time, and you're like, every time they show up, you're like, oh shit, this is playable, surely. And then they always end up being pretty awkward. This one, I think might be, it's closer than most, and I think for a targeted metagame for Gladiator, you could convince me to play this in like a white X controlling kind of deck, or even something like a smaller white creature deck that wants to have a certain amount of removal. In this case, one that exile is going to be more permanent than others, and looking to hit the things that, you know, looking to do the thing white does best, which is trade up in mana. It is a little bit of a shame that it can't hit toughness, but I'm not here to make a new magic card. Obviously, being a sorcery is not that great. But I do think that this one is less embarrassing than some of the other cards that people have convinced themselves to play. This one at least has a variety of game, and all the cards are like, you know, a threat. Right? Like if you're getting rid of an enchantment or an artifact, you're probably doing it because you want to, you know, get rid of somebody's. I mean, for Gladiator, it doesn't hit the One Ring. But yes, in Canlander, it could hit the One Ring. Get rid of somebody's Shieldred or their like old growth troll without, you know, having it attached to a land. You know, people play big dorky enchantments from time to time in Gladiator too. So, yeah, not the most embarrassing card to be playing here. It has use, I guess I should say. A Dark Zada. Welcome back for the 5th month. Yippee. Coca-Cola und Fortnite. Thank you so much for the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Oh, they put the Glimmer Bunny. Put the Glimmer card on here. We've talked about basically all of these. Not the Living Foam, but that card's not pretty good. We talked about the Overlord. Talked about the Role Model. Talked about Wingus and Dingus and Dangus. We talked about Split Up. That. Great. So it looks like we covered most of the white cards there. There's no new special guests. There are some cards in the Commander product. There's obviously a Commander product tied to it. So I'll cover some of these cards here as well. Redress Fate. 6 white for a sorcery that is also a miracle. It has a miracle cost of 3 and a white that says return all artifact and enchantment cards from your graveyard to play. So this is a one-sided open the vaults for 4 mana or 8 mana. One-sided open the vaults isn't that relevant because open the vaults, like, who cares if your opponent gets to bring back a thing? Occasionally that will be an issue with like Soul Guide Lantern and whatever kind of graveyard hate that they're going to bring back, because if you're playing Open the Vaults, you're probably playing a deck that looks to loop with stuff in the graveyard. But here's the thing, we just don't play Open the Vaults anymore in those kind of decks. And this card, being a miracle, doesn't really mean much because you're a deck that just draws a shitload of cards anyways. Like, the miracle timing for this is a little awkward because you're looking to draw a bunch of cards, sack a bunch of permanents, then bring them all back. And so you're very unlikely to be able to do that efficiently with the miracle. Now, a lot of this can be done utilizing like instant speed effects or even mana abilities. So you can like technically get this card cast and then cycle all your eggs and then get it back. But obviously you want to have as much setup time as possible to make the most out of your cards like Tolarian Academy or KCI or whatever. So I'm just not super impressed with this card. It's a bit too expensive in an archetype that is just not that great, and it doesn't solve the issues of that archetype. Like, give me, in order for like eggs to be playable again in Canlander, you need like another Pyrite Spellbomb or something. Like it's not great out there. We have a new room. This one is a little cheesier than most, so I'm just going to be very quick on this one. This is Secret Arcade and Dusty Parlor. If you want a rundown on how rooms work, I believe there's an article that covers it, but basically you can cast either side of this, and then you get that effect, and then at any time that you would cast a sorcery, you can use the other side, and you get the thing. So we have Secret Arcade and Dusty Parlor. Secret Arcade is 4 and a white. Non-land permanents you control and permanent spells you control are enchantments in addition to their other types. And then Dusty Parlor is 2 and a white for an enchantment. This is whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to that spell's mana value on up to 1 target. So this side, the Dusty Parlor, is kind of enticing. It doesn't really do anything. Like, it doesn't really do much by itself, right? You just play it, and then you need to cast subsequent enchantment spells, and then you need to buff your creatures. So, like, there is some enticing, like, scenarios where you're like, hey, I'm playing Enchantress with, like, Bestow Beatdown, and I can, I can cast a big enchantment, and I can put the counters on my guy, and then deck the brick, you can get some damage in there. But the enchantment decks aren't playing huge enchantments anyways, right? Like, often your most expensive enchantment is going to be like Enchantress's Presence, or maybe a 1/4 mana enchantment. If we're talking about a more aggressive one, some of the bestow costs can get up there, but like for the aggressive enchantment decks, and even, the more controlling ones, you want cheaper ones so that you can trigger your enchantresses multiple times. So I'm not super excited for this right side, but I can see myself dying to it, and then the Secret Arcade is pretty goofy. This is just more like, I don't know how often you would even be able to activate this or why you would want to activate this. I guess obviously it synergizes with this as a whole. It's kind of cool that we have now 2 copies. I believe this is the second copy of Enchanted Evening. Enchanted Evening being an enchantment from Shadowmoor, where it's 5 mana, all permanents are enchantments in addition to the other types. And you can set up some loops with this card. In fact, there's a card from Duskmourn that we may talk about that can do some goofy stuff here. I think we'll talk about it. We haven't talked about it because it's publicly revealed, and it's also gold. So it is kind of funny that there is there's a duplicate effect for exactly that. But yes, as Cobalt Bo is mentioning in chat, it is an uncontrolled infinite, and I love drawing the game as much as the next person, but it's not always what you want to be doing. I would rather focus on winning the game instead of drawing the game. Controversial take, I'm sure. Soaring Lightbringer. This card is way too expensive and bad. And that's it for waiting there. Okay, back to this. Go on to blue cards, see if we missed anything. Oh, I misclicked. Great. Blue cards we've missed. None of those, none of those, none of those, none of these. Oh, we didn't talk about this one. This one's pretty all right. Entity Tracker. 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human scout with flash and eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, draw a card. Typically people online in Magic the Gathering circles are really bad at understanding the color pie and understanding card design. And they tend to get a little fast and loose with like, how is this card like mono black? Or this is not in the color pie, or this should be one other color. And yeah, most of the time they are just like off and they're reactionary, and it's just they just like, I guess they got knocked on the head and were, you know, in a coma for like a decade, and they just didn't realize what has been happening and that you can actually make changes to the color pie. You know, whether or not that's the right thing to do at times is up for debate, but you know, things can change and evolve. That said, how is this card not white? Like, I don't know. It feels like this is a mono white card, not a mono blue card. Very weird, but I digress. Yeah, it's another Enchantress, and Flash is pretty neat. Although I will say, I guess we are kind of entering a point where Bant Enchantress is probably where you want to go. And that makes this card a bit more appealing, as well as some of the other like blue enchantment cards that you can play to really flesh out all your stuff. But it might be a little awkward for Gladiator and for other versions. Although, like, it's a 3-mana Enchantress, so it's not even, like, that exciting. Like, Flash makes it pretty appealing. Constellation, effectively, makes it also a little appealing. But I think that in order for Enchantress to actually become an archetype that is threatening or worthwhile, you kind of have to rely on the on Argothian Enchantress, Sithis, and Enchantress's presence, right? Like, sometimes you'll take as many draw engines as you can get, but maybe like that hasn't been working, right? Like, that's the thing, is that you look at Enchantress and it's kind of a meme deck almost in Canadian Highlander and other formats, and I think there are ways to get around that. Like, I tried building Enchantress in a slightly different way to reasonable results, but it definitely felt like there were some issues and things that could have been pushed. Where is it? I played this deck. There was no way I played this. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I was going to say I played it like a year ago. I can pop it in chat. But like, this is a Canlander Enchantress list that I had played, where I took a slightly different turn. I do have the 3-mana Enchantresses in this, but I also have some more protective threats as well, like in the form of All Seed of Life's Bounty. I also have a lands package. I have more tutors to get out my Enchantress. And it's a very low curve deck. There's no, where do you see the curve? Like, look at this. 1s and 2s, 3s. How many 4s? There are 2 4-mana cards, and those are Eidolon of Blossoms and Moat. So yeah, like, I think that there is a way to build Enchantress that is going to be reasonable, that is going to be powerful. But we need to kind of explore other avenues and builds and ways of approaching this list than just the same, like, slam, big dorky opalescence, Sigil of the Empty Throne kind of cards, because that has not been working, and the other decks are getting a lot stronger at a faster rate than this deck is. So I guess what I'm saying is that this card is a perfectly fine card, better at a lower power level for sure. But I don't know if more of this is going to help the issues with Enchantress, you know? I don't think Enchantress is in White's color pie. White cares about enchantments quite a bit. White also has card draw based off of permanents entering, you know? Like, this card could be blue. It could be white. You could, like, the thing about the color pie is that you can stretch it based off of what you want and what you need, right? There are certain things where it's like, I want a blue lightning bolt, and that's not going to fly, right? But if you said, like, well, I want a blue pump spell, well, that's something that you can do. You just have to kind of sculpt it around like these specifications of blue, where green can modify power and toughness by increasing it, right? But blue can also do that by setting base power and toughness. And we've seen a bunch of that. We've seen a bunch of cards that like suit up or whatever, where it's like, I'm setting this power and toughness to this that is effectively like a pump spell, right? It's the color pie is so fucking stupid to argue about because it's basically the Magic the Gathering equivalent of like who would win a fight. Well, not Goku versus Superman, because Goku wins every fight. But, like, who would win a fight? Superman or the Flash? And the answer is just, well, whoever the author wants to win, right? Like, you can bend... Sorry, my desk was a little rickety. You can bend the color pie to what you need it to do, right? You can bend, but you can't break. And this is definitely more... It's not even a bend. It's just a... You should probably just have this in white. Anywho. No. Not that card. Not these cards. We've talked about these cards. Talked about these cards. Oh, I like the crab. I mean, I talked about the crab before. We talked about the Hall Creeper. Talked about all these cards. Talked about all of these cards. All right. We might have... I know I don't have a special guest, but we may have some commander cards. No, these are all reprints. These are all reprints. Not this one, but it's not good.
Abusing magic.
Witch Interpreter. Okay.
No.
I don't even remember this card. That's a very weird card, and I would not recommend playing it. Ooh, good Ponder art. With Aminatu. Well, that's nice. Ooh, I like this card. But I don't know. I think it's too expensive. And it's unfortunate it's not coming to Gladiator. Before I talk about it, Sad Squash, welcome back for the 5th month. How you doing? Hey, Wheels. Hey, what up? How you doing? How you been? Thanks so much for all the support. Glad to have you and good to see you. They came from the pipes. Yeah, they did. 4 and a blue for an enchantment that says, when they came from the pipes enters, you manifest dread twice. So again, for a reminder, what manifest dread is, or at least in the context of this, because often when we've seen manifest dread, it only does it once. But basically, you're going to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One of those cards is played face down as a 2/2 creature, and the other goes to the graveyard. And then you do that again. So it's not like looking at 4 and picking 2. You look at 2, pick 1. Look at 2, pick 1. And whenever a face down creature, you control enters, you draw a card. So this is 5 mana for sculpting 2 cards into your graveyard, 2 2/2s into play, and drawing 2 cards. That's a lot. I don't think it's good enough anymore. But like honestly, if this card came out in like 2019, I could see myself playing this in like a blue X kind of like ramp deck in Canlander. Like 5 mana, 2 2/2s, drawing 2 cards, milling 2 cards, and potentially setting up some manifest shenanigans. And then if somehow other cards are like face down, like very rarely this is going to happen, but it can potentially get you some more, action down the line. Yeah, this is a cool card that I wish you could play, but you can't. No. Okay, great. Ooh, yeah, black has some spice. We'll get to black in a second here. And then after black, we're done catching up and we can start talking about the red and green cards. This card's kind of interesting. Not like playable, but I am excited to put this into my Death of 1,000 Cuts deck, or Death of 1,000 Stings. Balemerk Leech. 1 and a black for a 2/2 Leech. With Eerie, whatever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, each opponent loses 1 life. Copper Tablet trigger. Good card for Copper Tablet deck. That's it. Also pretty good in my Ephemia deck. Oh. I got up to try and shift my butt pad, and ooh, those thighs. Classic DOMs, am I right, gamers? Yeah, this is pretty good in my Ephemia deck too. I should play Ephemia. I haven't played Ephemia in a while. Copper Tablet deck just is more exciting to me. All of these we've seen, we've talked about, we've avoided. No, that card's not good. I like this card. I genuinely like this card for Gladiator. I think it's worth mentioning. Live or Die. 3 black for an instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to play or destroy target creature. Now, this is no Betrayal of Flesh, but few are. But like, you're very rarely going to be using this as destroy target creature, but like an instant speed reanimate that can play around some of their graveyard hate, or just like surprise them with a blocker, or you pop this off on their end step and they have to address it then, and then you get to untap and have all your mana and do cast another reanimation spell. It's pretty exciting. But then the spots where you have this, you're like, shit, well, I already got a big target, I just need to kill their thing. It's nice that it does that. So it's realistically, this card is just like 5 mana reanimate a thing, but then also, what if we just had like an emergency must destroy button? So I imagine this card will, like, I would test it in some reanimator decks. Maybe not all. It depends on how many reanimation spells you actually want to run. But yeah, kind of cool. No, not that one. We talked about that card. Talked about all these cards. Haven't talked about this one. This one's kind of interesting. Ooh, this is the word that I had read but not pronounced. So I'm going to actually look this up. I think it's Osseous. Or Osseous?
Osseous.
Osseous. Okay. Osseous Stick Twister. An Osseous Stick Twister. 1 out of black for a 2/2 artifact creature scarecrow. Also, I'm not using the American pronunciation before people come in, because this is how Yanks pronounce it.
Osseous.
Nope, not doing that.
Osseous.
Osseous. There we go. 2 mana 2/2 lifelink with Delirium. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, each opponent may sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Then Osseous Stick Twister deals damage equal to its power to each opponent who didn't sacrifice a permanent or discard a card this way. So, this is a weird, like, it's a bit of a weird one, because your opponent gets the choice, right? They get to pick whether or not they want to sack an online permanent or discard a card. And giving your opponent a choice is not great. But both of those choices are pretty bad for them. And then, even if it's not doing that, then you have this just dealing damage to them, which, like, if it might only be 2 damage, but because we're a black artifact card, putting a cranial plating or a cranial ram on this card, and then they're going to be put in a position where they're sacrificing stuff. Not to mention, because you're a black deck, you might be able to control the board a little bit better to get some creatures out of the way so that they have no choice but to start discarding cards. And that's all to be said, in addition to this just being a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink that just does this passively. That happens to be an artifact. Because the black X artifact decks, they're not at the same strength as some of the other artifact kind of like battle botsy kind of decks. But they are getting there, and they're seeing a bit more play. In Canadian Highlander, at least. I can't comment on Gladiator, but I gotta imagine after this set there's going to be a couple more players trying it out, because this card, you know, even just suiting this up with another piece of equipment or having like an Arcbound Ravager, just put a bunch of +1/+1 counters on your lifelinker is pretty good. And hitting Delirium in a deck with so many artifacts It's just like you need 2 cards in your graveyard and you've already hit like 3/4 of the way to Delirium. So it's a bit of a role player, but I think it has enough going for it that it's worth testing out if you just need to like hit your density on cheap artifact creatures that make your opponent's life a little worse. Just a little worse. Talked about all of that. This card is kind of interesting. I don't think it's going to be worth playing in a widespread way, but I wouldn't hate seeing this in Enigmatic Incarnation. Sporogenic Infection, 1 and a black for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. When Sporogenic Infection enters, target player sacrifices a creature other than enchanted creature. And when enchanted creature is dealt damage, you destroy it. So it's a cheap way of coming down, either attaching itself to a cheap utility creature like a mana dork your opponent has, and then they sack their actual important thing, or coming down and like enchanting a big thing, they sack their utility thing, and then you get to like start pinging things off. Or if you have a way to even push a little bit of damage, you could maybe, maybe set up a board state where you can knock out a couple of them. Yeah, this has big, what is it called? There's one from Scourge that is basically like this. Not Fatal Mutation. Lingering Death. Nope, that's not the one I was thinking of. Well, I can't think of it, but yeah, I think there is one deck where you could maybe consider playing this and it could do a thing. We talked about all these. All right. Please God, let all the broken commander cards be in this preview, because I want to talk about my favorite card from the set. Not this one, but this one's kind of cool. Ancient Cellar Spawn. 1 black for an enchantment creature horror. Each spell you cast that's a demon, horror, or nightmare costs 1 less to cast. And whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast it was less than the mana value, target opponent loses life equal to the difference. So this is a card that when people saw it, they're like, oh my god, play this in Force of Will and they take 5? Holy shit. And yeah, that's kind of cute. You know, casting it with a Delve spell is kind of cute. Casting it with, I guess like another cost, like a Leyline Binding or whatever is kind of cute. But like, we did get this card earlier in the form of Vial Smasher. Now, Vial Smasher just triggers off of any spell you play, at least when it's the first one, but on each turn. And it does have some differences. Like this is a bit of a, like, I don't want to say strictly better, but let's cover the differences. So obviously Cellar Spawn is monocolored, which can be a benefit for sure. But often if you're looking at this card, like, I imagine the first kind of cards that come to mind are going to in fact be in blue and red. And so like maybe the redundancy is nice if you really want to push like a Grixis Delve kind of combo kill with these cards sort of scenario, you can do that, but not the biggest deal in the world here. Vial Smasher is a 2/3 as opposed to a 3/3. Again, the power isn't that big. They both still die to the same red spells. Vial Smasher does get Karakas. That is a bit of a pisser. And Vial Smasher triggers off of any spell you play on each of their turns. So even if you are just like playing cantrips or just counter spells or whatever, like you will be able to get in some chip damage. Whereas the Cellar Spawn only cares on the spells that you cast if they have that, gulf in mana cost and mana spent. So I think my take is that this card is more cute than good. It's kind of a cheeky card. Like, it's a fun card to theorize about and to like, have a story about playing this card. But from a competitive sense, I can't imagine it seeing much play. But I'd be willing to give it a shot, see if it's worthwhile. Because, yeah, obviously, like, casting this spell and then immediately casting Treasure Cruise is pretty interesting. Like, you can double spell with this card, whereas Vial Smasher, you can't do that. So you get kind of immediate action off of this. So yeah, it'd be interesting to give this card a shot. It's the kind of card where I'm going to pick up a copy and I'd like to use it, but I don't know if I'm going to be using this in like a tournament setting where I've spent money to try and beat my opponents, you know? No, not that card. These are all are these commander special guests? Are we getting these cards? Have they talked about getting these cards? Because we received the planeswalkers that were in... Oh, they're just in play boosters? Wait, in play boosters. Oh, they're all in a bundle. Oh, okay. If they're not coming to Arena, then I don't care. Even these ones? I hate Secret Lair and this wacky art, but I gotta admit that I do like this kind of style of treatment, you know? Although it is a nightmare for competitive play. For like the sake of playing a commander game or whatever, who gives a shit? But like the idea of like a Gorios player or whatever, or like a Through the Breach player, just like having these Archons and these Gorios Vengeance is just like pretty funny. Okay, let's talk about the best card in the set. Metamorphosis Fanatic. 4 black for a 4/4 human cleric with lifelink, and it has Miracle. Miracle for 1 and a black. When Metamorphosis Fanatic enters, you return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to play with a lifelink counter on it, full stop. So this card's really good. This card is very good. Triumph of St. Catherine is a card that was overvalued initially in Canadian Highlander, but has kind of settled in this spot of like, okay, well, it's not as good as goes in every white deck. But it is a good card to play, especially if you are like a more controlling version of Jeskai or Esper, or, you know, you have like, maybe you're a humans version of Death and Taxes and you want to like juice up all your humans and your points are spent on fast colorless mana or whatever. Like, it's still very good. It's just not the like, oh my god, this card is unbeatable, it's going to make it unplayable kind of monster that we expected it to be. Metamorphosis Fanatic, I imagine we'll go through a somewhat similar kind of cycle, but I do think that this card is better than Triumph of St. Catherine. Because blue-black has a whole bunch of ways that you can set up putting this card on the top of your library, right? And I could be talking about like a mid-range deck, like an initiative deck, like Esper or Mardu Initiative could play this card in their deck that has, you know, a bunch of scry potential, has fast mana, also has access to Volrath's Stronghold, where you could just repeatedly put this on top of your library and then draw it in Miracle and bring back another initiative card, which is kind of disgusting. Obviously, with Brainstorm decks and Brain Surge, you can get pretty disgusting with this. This is the kind of card that makes me wish that we had decks that were considering playing Witch's Cottage. I do think Witch's Cottage is actually an underrated card. People, obviously Mystic Sanctuary is like cracked in half, but like Witch's Cottage being able to rebuy one of your creatures as part of your land is like not that different than a Surveil land at times, right? I think Witch's Cottage might be worth reevaluation in Canadian Highlander as well, and especially with this card being like just the fucking powerhouse that it is. Also, you know, getting cards into your graveyard in like a blue-black or blue-black X deck is pretty easy, right? You have Thought Scour, Mental Note, Psychic Frog. You just have like other ways of milling and discarding that'll just pop up. You could just play Magic the Gathering and discard creatures. And so getting this to Miracle Like miracling this and being able to return something is pretty exciting. And then just like, it's fine. 6 mana for a 4/4 lifelink that brings back another creature and gives it lifelink. Like that's okay. That's great. That is still just a reasonable stat line. So yeah, I'm super excited to play with this. I've been thinking that Esper is like secretly one of the best like 3-color combos for a while. Like I think Esper might actually just be better than Check Pile. Just like, or has the potential to be better than Check Pile. Potential is such a weird word to say. But like, much like Jeskai, what Esper gets is, it doesn't just roll over to Price of Progress or Back to Basics or Blood Moon. And like, you just get to play a lot of the same cards that Check Pile. Like when people complain about Check Pile, you get to play a lot of the same cards of like Barrel Goyf, Psychic Frog, Orcish Bowmasters, but then you get to play other cards people complain about, like not Orcish Bowmasters, like Ajani, Nakatl Pariah, Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile, Prismatic Ending, Teferi Time Raveler. Like you get to play these disgusting cards as well. And this is a card that fits perfectly into those Esper decks. So catch me playing an Esper list on North 100 Showdown, a Canadian Highlander Throwdown, very shortly, or at like a weekly event. Okay. That covers white, blue, black for the cards that we missed. So now we're going into our regularly scheduled programming, where we are going to just start to talk about cards. We're just going to talk about cards. Chainsaw. 1 and a red for an artifact equipment. When Chainsaw enters, it deals 3 damage to up to 1 target creature. Whenever one or more creatures die, you put a rev counter on Chainsaw. An equipped creature gets +X/0, where X is the number of rev counters on Chainsaw. Equip is 3. This is kind of a cute Stoneforge Mystic target for the white-red equipment decks, being able to tutor up a piece of removal that is a lot cheaper than whatever the Assassin's Creed card was. I think is it Phantom Blade? Yeah, there's an Assassin's Creed card. We didn't get it on Arena, but we have access to on real life ? You have access to it in Canadian Highlander. Phantom Blade, which is an equipment that when it DTBs, you destroy a creature, and it gives +1/+1 and menace. But Phantom Blade being 5 mana makes it a little more difficult to cast if they kill off your your Stoneforge Mystic. And also it's in a color that isn't always associated with equipment. And so if you are playing a Boros equipment deck or like a white-red X equipment deck, like this is a totally fine piece of removal to play that happens to be tutorable. And this is expensive, but there are a lot of cards that bypass the equip cost now, and this will just continue to rev up, right? Like there are a lot of spots where players are more likely to have creature removal than artifact removal, and so they're going to prioritize killing creatures. Like you go to equip a thing and they kill it in response. Or you are a white-red deck, so you have access to lightning bolts and get lost and fateful absence and stuff, and so you're probably going to be killing your opponent's creatures as well. So this card can start racking up counters until it becomes a threat or something that you pop onto, like an evasive creature or something with trample, and then it's pretty scary. But I think the combination of the cheap utility that it provides and like a scaling piece of equipment is pretty nice. It's worth considering for sure. Is this the one? I think this is one of the ones that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, it is. All right, we have another room. Charred Foyer and Warped Space. Charred Foyer is 3 and a red. It's an enchantment room that says at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. And then Warp Space is for 4 red. Once each turn, you may pay 0 rather than pay the mana cost for a spell you cast from exile. So I actually like this room. I think this room is playable in big red decks for both Gladiator and Canadian Highlander. Shoutouts to I've seen Big Red in action in Canlander a couple times recently, and while it unfortunately struggles to convert wins into like match wins into tournament wins, because you run into some of these like really annoying blue decks, and you're just like, it's the kind of deck that loses to blue decks where you're just like, so was your plan just not to play against Goblin Guide and Wild Nacatl? Like, what's going on here? You know, it really struggles with the blue X control decks that are just like, that are just on like Thwart and stuff. And you're like, so what's your plan against, I don't know, Mon's Goblin Raiders? And they're like, oh, I fucking die. It suffers with that. And unfortunately, those blue decks are very popular. But this combined ability is pretty good. Like just like getting an Outpost Siege or whatever is a reasonable thing to look for. And then you're a deck with a bunch of big expensive spells that has a bunch of fast mana. So you get down your Outpost Siege early on, and then you get to the warped space. Like you just keep flipping, and then let's say you flip a big Planeswalker and you're like, oh shit, I want to cast that spell. I'm now going to pay 6 mana to then transform this. I'll tell you why I mentioned transform. Going to pay 6 mana to then unlock this door and then cast this big spell that I would have paid 5 or 6 mana for anyways, for free here. And now I've just had this like free additional spell that I get to cast and use all my mana for activated abilities, or if I draw 2 big spells or whatever. It kind of reminds me of a Jacob Hauken that is less vulnerable. Because this guy is like you loot, or kind of loot, until you're like, ooh, I hit something huge. Then you pay 6, and then you just get to cast it. However, Jacob never really found a home, and also being a 2-mana creature that is just super vulnerable makes it a little less appealing. Although I gotta tell you, I've been untapping with Jace Vryn's Prodigy a lot more recently, and I kind of like it. I'm kind of back on Jace Vryn's Prodigy. I think that card has gotten a bit better as more decks play to the board, and just cards just get cheaper. Anywho. Excuse me. There's a monkey toy. I have been avoiding this card because I just hate everything about it. But now that I'm reading it, I also don't like it. It's a big amount of money here. Mana. It's a big amount of mana here. It's pretty like reasonable ability. Remember, you cast and not copy. Maybe this card ends up being playable. I would hate that. I would hate for this to happen. Cursed Recording. 2 red for an artifact. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you put a time counter on it. Then if there are 7 or more time counters on it, you remove those counters and it deals 20 damage to you. Tap. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Like, this can just kill you, which is a bit unfortunate. But you can also, like, I can kill you before I get to 7 counters on this. Surely I can kill you before I get to 7 counters, especially if I'm copying spells, you know? Yeah. The Big Moth? Oh, we talked about the Big Moth yesterday, Thraxmore, yes. Yeah, but I don't know. I think even though this card has more play to it. Hey, where'd you go? Even though this card has more play to it than I initially expected, I'm not super excited to look into it. Nope. Enduring Courage. 2 red for a 3/3 enchantment creature, Dog Glimmer. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. And when Enduring Courage dies, if it was a creature, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. It's an enchantment and not a creature. So this is an Ogre Battle Driver that, well, if it dies, it just comes back. But it's also a 4-mana 3/3 that doesn't do anything immediately, doesn't push damage the turn it comes into play through haste or whatever, and requires you to have additional cards in order for this to do anything. So I'm pretty low on this card. Pretty low on this card. I think that if you're like the red decks that are playing these kind of cards, they're just better 4-drops to play. And you only get so many 4-drops. So unfortunately, if this card had haste itself, then I would actually consider it. But like in a world of like Hellrider, Hazoret, Thundering Raiju, the horse, the alchemy horse, like there are just better things to be doing. Oh, this is a very cool card. Fear of Burning Alive. 4 red for 4/4 ETB, deal 4 damage to each opponent and has Delirium. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, if you have Delirium, it deals that much damage to target creature that player controls. Holy shit. This is like so good in Commander. Oh my god. Like it's 6 mana, but who cares? This just shows up, burns everybody, and then kills one of their creatures. Everybody takes 4, and I'm going to kill each of your creatures. See, this is why Recurring Nightmare is banned. I mean, not this, but, you know. Damn. That, yeah. All right. Cool commander card. Oh, this is the bad one. I talked about FOMO, right? We've talked about... Oh, no, I haven't talked about FOMO. I talked about FOMO yesterday. Fear of Missing Out. 1 in a red for a 2/3 enchantment creature Nightmare. When Fear of Missing Out enters, you discard a card and draw a card. And has Delirium. Whenever it attacks for the first time each turn, if you have Delirium, untap target creature, and after this phase, there's an additional combat phase. This one's a bit of a tricky one. I think it might have some chops in Gladiator, but I'm not so sure about playing this card in something like Canadian Highlander. Maybe in a deck built around like the Rakdos kind of inty kind of card engine of discarding cards and doing stuff, and you know, it. Wait, anybody think this is in bad taste? What? This whole set's in bad taste. I don't think the Fear of Missing Out on a Magic card is any worse than some of the other things that they're doing. Now it's just been coined. This was always a thing. This has always been a concept, especially when it's a part of a luxury hobby. So like, yeah. Anywho, this is a card that I'm like, I like all the words on it. I just don't know where it shows up and whether or not it beats out the competition, especially because there are additional red 2-drops in this set that are better than this. Like it's not aggressive enough for an RDW list or a medium red list in Canlander. Maybe for like a Rakdos list with like again inty synergies, and the same can be said for Gladiator. Like playing this card in the Weirdo of Oz's like Grixis Madness style deck is kind of appealing, or like a red X kind of aggressive deck that tends to put more shit in the graveyard than your average red deck is wild. But like it's just a 2-mana 2/3. Have you seen some of the 2-drops red gets? Holy shit. But this ability is pretty good, getting to push through damage off of an additional creature. And I like that it can target itself if it's your only creature. I also like that it hits play. Like if you're top decking and it hits play, you're still going to be able to draw a card. That's kind of nice. I don't know. This card is Out of all the cards in the set, this is oddly the one that has stumped me the most because I like everything that's going on. It does everything it does is good, but I'm just not convinced there's a right home for it. In like a more competitive strategy is I guess what I'm saying, or at least not necessarily more competitive, but more established strategy. This one's kind of funny. Grab the prize. 1 in a red for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card. Draw 2 cards. If the discarded card wasn't a land card, grab the prize, deals 2 damage to each opponent. Very straightforward magic card. If you're a deck that's looking to max out on these kind of cards, this one's pretty good if you're more aggressive, because, you know, you are probably discarding a madness card or discarding a card that you're going to cast anyways or bring back for maximum value. And getting to dome people out in addition to that, it's kind of nice. It's just a simple role player. Sage of Madness, welcome back for the 28th month. Fitting card to resub on. To grab the prize? The clown key? The keys to the clown VIP? Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to have you and good to see you. Like, this is another card. Irreverent Gremlin. We had a lot of fun talking about this card on the podcast. Too bad. Too late. 1 in a red for a 2/2 Gremlin with Menace. And whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Do this only once each turn. So the deck that I've been mentioning, this like Rakdos kind of discarding cards, getting additional value from your madness cards or from your like Jesus Christ, from your Inti and friends, is pretty good, right? Like that is something that is appealing, and that is like a strategy that you would assume one of the issues is that you just don't have enough ways of churning through these cards and really locking in the synergies, especially at a cheaper cost. And being a 2-drop that is also evasive to help push damage in your deck that is already just kind of like going haywire with like Hollow One-esque kind of gameplay, is appealing. But this one is a little on the weaker side because a lot of the cards that come to mind, I know I keep mentioning Inti, which happens to be a 2-mana or 2-power creature, but like think about the cards that you would want to play in this style of deck, right? Everything from Rotting Regisaur to the Greater, the Hellion, to like Blood Tithe Harvester or even Nethergoyf, Hollow One, like they're just not going to necessarily trigger this card. And that's a little unfortunate, right? You want to have a number of cards to be able to get this going. It's kind of funny with, Asmo. It's kind of funny. This does something with the Raven Man, which is kind of interesting, where like, I guess, but it's a little awkward, right? Because you only Raven Man once per turn. So you discard, that's my FOMO. You only Raven Man once per turn. There we go. Wait, that's Yomo. Fuck. All right, well, never mind. Moving on. Leyline of Resonance. I don't believe this to be a competitive card, but this is pretty cracked. 4-mana enchantment. It has the Leyline ability, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only a single creature you control, you can copy it. That's kind of sick for Commander. Yormo? What's Yormo? Here's the thing. I enjoy this set's feel and aesthetic. Did they go heavy-handed on the 80s trope? Sure, there's enough world building behind it that still feels like magic to me. So why the visit didn't hit 100%. I can't wait to see what they do when they come back later with lessons when they learn. Yeah, if you trim all of this shit, if you like even like this gremlin, right? Like obviously the irreverent gremlin here plays off of the cutesy, like I think this is literally a scene in Gremlins where they like walk into a room and there's like a gremlin that has been gorging itself and it's just like, you know, it burps and that's like a kind of moment. Even stuff like this is like fine, right? Like your horror nightmare world is bound to have residents that we find appealing and cute, right? Like humans are going to find cuteness in weird things, right? It's like looking at a pug and be like, "Aw." But then you just get this shit, most valuable Slayer, and you get the TVs, and it feels like two different sets. It honestly feels like they had another unset planned, and then, or like a Battle Bond-esque kind of setting, and then they just like shoved it into this like cool nightmare kind of scenario. Like some of the survivors are pretty all right. I like, you know, I'm not going to hate on every card, and I'll talk about this more in depth. I'm going to like write out exactly what I want to cover, but like, you know, I'm okay with cards like Chainsaw, right? I'm all right with Chainsaw. This is just a tool. This is a thing that we've seen before. We've seen it before in multiple different ways. We've seen chainsaws on fucking old Goblin cards, right? From like as early as like Fallen Empires and whatnot. But oh, where is it? There's like a roller coaster card that is just like such shit, you know? Yeah, so too much of this set is jokey and not like Magic the Gathering, and that sucks because I genuinely think there's some good stuff going on here, right? You have like some cool setups where like you have the nightmares and the scary things and the humans that have to live in the scary things, and it gives big like dungeon vibes, you know? It gives big, like, you are trapped in this dungeon. You are trapped in this labyrinth. You are the one thing that isn't a monster, at least through your mind. But in order to survive, you then may become something of a monster yourself, right? Because you have to kind of get into their head and you have to prey on them. You have to stalk them. You have to survive or whatever, right? Like, that is all pretty neat. And then you have a card that says bestie in the flavor text, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? You have a Meat Hook Massacre too. It's just, yeah. And it's just so funny because it's just like, I mean, obviously they couldn't do anything about it after people really hated MKM. Everyone from people that gave a shit about Ravnica to people that just wanted to play Magic the Gathering and not feel like this trope is really just beaten into you. They ran into this issue with OTJ, right? When was this published? This was published a couple of weeks ago for Mark Rosewater's State of Design article. You know, with OTJ, right? Like when people are like, hey, where's the Wild West? Why are all these legends here wearing hats? Why aren't we focusing on the inhabitants of this plane? Or like, why aren't we talking about, you know, you don't have to make a larger story. Now, you don't have to like make the whole set be about the atrocities and genocides on the Great Plains as like a parallel. But like, you know, do fucking something. I'm gonna one thing that I take away from sets like OTJ, sets like Duskmourn, and honestly sets like MKM, which is wild because MKM is a like it takes place on Ravnica, which is going to draw heavily from, you know, like Prague, right? Is that it all feels so incredibly American, you know, and to its credit, Canadian as well. But obviously a lot of this is like American media nostalgia and just like getting pushed into scenarios where like, why is this here? it makes sense for OTJ, right? Like the Wild West, that's kind of what it's based on, but you don't necessarily have to jam everything into that, right? Strixhaven felt quite American. Yeah, Strixhaven felt like they were trying to, it felt like an American interpretation of, yeah, Harry Potter, obviously. Felt like the kind of like American wizard school YA novel that you would hear a Disney adult be like, actually, it's pretty good. And then you're like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think there's some interesting things to do with these tropes, but like, I don't think this is the way to do it, right? And I'm not like completely devoid of interest in having tropey sets, right? Like, I think Innistrad, I'm a bit of an Innistrad hater. Like, I'm not as high on Innistrad as I am on other sets, as other people are. But I think Innistrad is like a great way of dealing with that, right? I think that, Bloomburrow, right? Bloomburrow is also incredibly tropey. It's very one note of, what if they were just little guys? What if everybody was a small precious bean or whatever? And it suffers a lot of the same issues that we see in these other sets, but we're willing to look past it because it feels kind of timeless and kind of universal, right? Again, OTJ and this set feel so incredibly American and pulling off of the nostalgia of like its audience, whereas Bloomburrow like feels like it speaks to everybody because it's a cute little animal, right? Like, that is going to be a deal breaker for some people, but obviously not everybody's going to like everything. But despite it being so tropey, it felt more universal. It felt more like, engaging than some of this other crap. It felt less dissonant with the overall feel of Magic. And for a lot of people, and why it was so popular, and why people are still just talking about it, nowadays, is because it felt like a breath of fresh air, right? But yeah, anywho, I will have more things to talk about that later. Yeah, there are people that don't like Bloomburrow, and there are going to be people that like and dislike everything, right? And that's the thing that personally I don't get. But like, I mean, I understand why from like a core, like, of course people are not going to like this. But I am less about gimmick than I give a shit less about the gimmicks than some other people, right? It was wild card intensive. Bloomburrow didn't feel very US centric. Yeah, it felt universal and timeless. Where are we? We're talking about cards. Let's move on. Ooh. Norin, Swift Survivalist. 1 red for a 2/1 legendary creature, Human Coward. Norin can't block, and whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may exile it. You may play that card from exile this turn. Cool Norin card. I think this card's pretty good. It's not like Hired Claw is like, right? Hired Claw is incredible. But so it's not higher up on the 1-drops, but I think it kind of closes in the middle to lower. Not being able to block is not a huge issue. It being a legend can be a little awkward, but obviously being a 1-drop, and like if your opponent is just Karakasing your stuff, then they're probably not building to the board themselves, and you're going to be able to kill them. And just being able to like flunge And then whatever gets blocked that would end up dying, you just recast it is pretty nice, especially because we have cards in red that give a shit about like casting additional spells or coming into play after damage has been dealt, which is pretty interesting. So yeah, I think this is a cute little like role player and pretty good if you're playing like an aggressive red deck and want more 1-mana 2/1s, or just like want to kind of swap out some of the lower powered 1-drops. What is it?
I don't know. What is that bulk bar? It's very common.
Sure. Thank you. I don't want all of that. I'll take all of it. Oh, it's like Kiefer just gave me a bit of a chocolate bar that is not in English.
Lupo.
What called?
Lupo.
How do you spell it?
Luppo. It's in English.
There's no way that was made. It's a Turkish chocolate bar. That's why I like it.
They're on sale at Bulk Barn.
No, that's my chocolate for the week. That's why I like it. I love Turkish desserts. And Turkish food in general. Anywho. We can talk this. Would I say it's a delight? I love Turkish delight. I mean, that's not what comes to mind when I think of Turkish desserts. But I do love Turkish delight. A lot. I've said this a couple of times on stream. I think I was the only kid that tried Turkish delight after we read Narnia and liked it. Oh, I love me some halva. Overlord of the Boiler Bilges. 4 red for a 5/5 Avatar Horror. It's an enchantment creature that has Impending 4 for 2 red. Again, if you're not familiar with Impending, you cast this for the Impending cost, and it enters with N number of time counters, and it isn't a creature until the last counter is removed. And at the beginning of your end step, you remove the time counter from it. So you pay 4 mana, and it's just an enchantment that sits, removing counters on your end step. When it enters or attacks, it deals 4 damage to any target. So I think this card might show up in a like a big red deck. I could see this showing up in a big red deck. Like 4 mana, kill your thing, and then when it gets off, I was going to say cooldown. I've been playing too much League of Legends. When it gets off Impending, being able to turn to like a kind of Inferno Titan sort of card is a little appealing. But I gotta tell you, it doesn't kill Shieldred, so I'm not really interested in it. Like, 4 damage is great, but this doesn't kill Shieldred. This doesn't kill any like bigger like flyers or whatever, or like mid-rangey green threats. Or I mean, it kills some mid-rangey green threats, but not until they've hit you and done some damage. So it's a little awkward. Hit me up for some ARAM. I mean, I think it'd be funny to play we could play League of Legends on the Discord. That would be cute. I know a couple of the mods just play constantly. Okay, hold on. I got pinged over something, and I don't want to be pinged over it. Not this card. Piggy Bank. Piggy Bank is kind of funny. 1 and a red for a 3/2 artifact creature. Then when it dies, you make a treasure token. I'm not super enthused, but like it's an artifact that when it dies, it replaces itself with an artifact, and that's kind of cool. This is a big one for Gladiator. Excuse me for burping. Oh no, the skull crabs. Wait a minute. Hold on. Pyroclasm. Hold on. I have a post to make online. I have a post to make on Magic the Gathering Twitter. What is this card called? Is it Skull Crab? Can't even kill the Skull Crab. I'm shaking my head. They're small crabs. All crabs are small crabs. They are the crab spawn being killed by the spawn hunter. No. 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 I refuse to believe that. It's all about perspective, chat. Let me farm my fucking engagement or whatever. Pyroclasm's being reprinted. It's getting added to Arena. 1 in a red for a sorcery, deals 2 damage to each creature. This card is great. It's really good at cleaning up cards, cleaning up threats. It's one that we don't see often because it just like dictates a lot of what you can do in standard formats. Like was this card even Pioneer legal? It wasn't Pioneer legal. Okay. Yeah, this card is fucked. It's like, if you haven't played against Pyroclasm in like a standard format, it just like wipes everything. This is the like, hey, we're printing Llanowar Elf and we know Convoke is still kind of a problem. Here's a 2-mana card to just like sweep up the board. Or we're like, hey, so Caretaker's Talent, pretty good magic card. Here you go. Yeah, great magic card. I would consider playing this in a lot of your Red X kind of control decks. It's just so good at cleaning up the board. So good. Not much to say because it's existed for God knows how long. Ooh, this is another card for the Minichi deck. It's really Ragged Playmate. Minichi, how is Minichi spelled? I'm pretty sure there's like 2 I's. No, 2 N's. The Fevered Dream. Underrated commander card. Although I think it's starting to get a bit more popular. Also, I love this. I love that this is a legendary creature that is just like, it's just an illness. This is dope. I think this is what really gets me about Duskmourn as well, is that a lot of the spirits and nightmares and ghouls and all that really have old Kamigawa vibes, which is something that while I really liked Neon Dynasty, we missed out on that, in my opinion. We missed out on those. Yeah, we missed out on the abstract that you get with like, well, it's a spirit. Like, what does this do? What is it? What is a kami? A kami is whatever you want it to be, right? And so it's gets a little wacky. And I like looking at some of the art, you get those vibes of like, oh yeah, this is like this, all these avatars and horrors and nightmares could just be kami, right? So you get that vibe, and then you get fucking busting makes me feel good, and then you're like, oh, okay, never mind. Like that's definitely a contributing factor for me. Also, Strong Chonkler, I apologize. I think I missed your sub. Welcome back for the quarter of a year. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Thank you for being here. It's great to have you. Unfortunately, this card isn't great to be here or great to have. Razorkin Needlehead. Red for a 2/2 human assassin. Razorkin Needlehead has first strike during your turn. Whenever an opponent draws a card, Razorkin Needlehead deals 1 damage to them. This card is fucked up. It's pretty good. I think you should play this in basically every Red X aggressive deck that can handle the red pips on turn 2 or maybe even turn 3. Even just like as a body, like 2 mana 2/2 first strike while attacking, which you're a red deck, you're probably going to want to attack, is quite good. Now we have this line of text, and as much as I hate Orcish Bowmasters, you gotta admit that Orcish Bowmasters has somewhat of an admirable goal when it comes to what it's doing, right? Like, when you see Orcish Bowmasters and they're like, yeah, we were just kind of tired of Brainstorm being so fucking good. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, we get it. Right? Like, I think they went too far, but I get it. And I'm not saying whether or not, I'm not making a judgment on this card being better than Bowmasters or whatever, because it's not. Bowmasters is a better card, but the way the Bowmasters punishes draw is in a way that is, to me, as a Brainstorm player, while it is infuriating, it is less infuriating than something like Hull Breacher or even Shieldred at times, because it's like, yeah, you know what? I get my draw step, and if I need to take damage to find something to clear the board, like I will do it. I will try to do it. This just punishes you for playing Magic the Gathering. This card just harms you for taking a mandatory game action of drawing a card per turn, and I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. I don't like that. It's really rude. It's really rude. Like, this card could just punish people for drawing cards beyond their first, and this card would still be very good. You would still play it in basically every red deck. But the fact that this hits the table and immediately pings me because the game told me to, it's just so fucked. Yeah, real rude card. Real rude card. If it was 2 damage but not the first draw, how would I feel? I mean, that sounds pretty fucked up for a 2-mana 2/2. I think that's pretty good. I would also feel bad, but it's just like, that's the kind of card where you can look at it and be like, oh, so in certain spots, this is just a 2-mana 2/2, right? With first strike, which is kind of annoying for sure. But also, like, that's a bit, maybe that's a bit more egregious because that's so heavy handed. But this is also like, hey, I'm just playing Magic. Please stop. Please just let me, like, it's just such a low ask of like, hey, your opponent has to like not have Solitary Confinement in play. Or like Island Sanctuary. Ooh, a boy. Screaming Nemesis. 2 and a red for a 3/3 creature spirit with haste. And whenever Screaming Nemesis is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any other target. And if a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. Very funny. This is big Stigma Lasher vibes. This card is quite good. 3 mana, 3/3 haste. Pretty reasonable, especially off of Ancient Tomb mana. I really wish this had a like 1 red mana cost. Really just want more pips to be used. I said this in the North 100 set review. No, that's Minichi. Where's my thing? There we go. I said this in the North 100 set review talking about Razorkin Needlehead. Is like, at least they had the fucking restraint to make this red. Like, they are so hesitant to add double pips on anything cheap outside of green, and I hate that. I like, make players have to like make deck building considerations when you're including cards, right? That's something that we're losing. And I really don't like that, because you kind of like, we have it with the lands, which is really wild, but like, I don't know. This is just so fucking easy to cast no matter, like, who gives a shit? We have triomes, we have whatever. Like, yeah, this is just, it doesn't matter. Mana doesn't matter. And I hate that. I really just like that. This card's very good. I think you should play it in Red X aggressive decks. Because it's just going to be so annoying and so devastating in the right matchup. And like any other target, I attack you with my 3/3, you trade with your 3/3, and I get to kill your other creature or whatever. Like, that's, yeah, pretty messed up. This card's kind of neat. Turn Inside Out. 1 red for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 until end of turn. And when it dies this turn, you manifest Dread. Often when I'm casting this, hopefully my creature isn't dying, because I'm just looking for 1 red +3. Call it a day. Yep. 1 red +3. Good. Great. We're good. We're golden. Love it. Just let me do this. Let me kill you. And then if it goes wrong in some way, sure, I get a little added juice. But I'm mostly here for 1 red instant +3. That's it. Really annoying with the like fling decks that have been popping up in Pioneer and Standard. Kind of makes me wonder if there's like a version of that in Canlander where it's like you play the flings, you play a bunch of cheap pump spells, things that get bigger, and you just like toss your shit and kill them by turn 3. Probably better in Gladiator than Canlander, but you just get access. I think you get access to more of the cards, although a lot of it has been recent, so maybe not. I mean, you get access to like brute force and whatever, but you know. This is the kind of shit that I'm saying in my head that I end up saying out loud. Streamer brain. I think that's it for red. Yeah, I think that's it for red. Vicious Clown. At least it's it for the main set. I don't think there are any red commander cards previewed yet. Oh, maybe there are. Did they preview all the commander decks? No, they haven't previewed red yet. Special guest. This is not okay. Maddening Hex. 1 red for an enchantment. It's an aura curse. Enchant player. Whenever enchanted player casts a non-creature spell, roll a d6. Maddening Hex deals damage to that player equal to the result, and then you attach Maddening Hex to another one of your opponent's chosen at random. In 1v1, this just sticks onto your opponent and ends the game. Yeah, this is a card that already exists, already is pretty fucked up in Canadian Highlander in the red decks, and is now coming to Gladiator. This is so brutal. This is so brutal. I would play this in my red aggressive decks. And then we have Unholy Heat, which we already have access to. Okay, on to green. Yeah, it's from the AFR Commander deck, the red-green dragon deck, I think. I guess for this card, I should probably pull up the other one. It doesn't do anything in our format, but I really like it. I think it's pretty interesting design. Oh, that was the wrong button to press, Ben. So there's a sorcery. This card might actually be fine. I'm skipping ahead to talk about this one. It's called Say Its Name. 1 and a green for a sorcery. You mill 3 cards, and then you can return a creature card or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Pretty straightforward. We just don't get a lot of these cards. Typically, we get the ones that say, like, mill cards, and then return something milled this way to your hand. And that's a little less exciting because you're kind of locked into what you're returning. This says big roots. What is it? Roots of Wisdom, the elf one. If you're looking for cards like this, I guess Roots of Wisdom draws a card, which is kind of nice. But if you're looking for like self-mill cards to be able to grab something for your graveyard, if you're doing the like dredge stuff in Gladiator, this is maybe worth considering. Yeah, it's very similar to Grapple the Past at sorcery speed. This is something that every time I see a new card like Grapple the Past, like the squirrel one, I was like, oh shit, we have a Grapple the Past. It makes a food, that's great. And then I can only return one of the things I milled. No, not about it. Give me everything. Yeah, Cash Grab. Good name, by the way. Then there's a line of text here that is not relevant for our formats. Exile this card and 2 other cards named Say Its Name from your graveyard. Search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named Altanak the Thrice Called and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery. So if you say its name 3 times, you are going to summon Altanak the Thrice Called, which is this. Altanak the Thrice Called. 5 green for a 9/9 legendary insect beast with trample And whenever Altenac the thrice called becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, draw a card. Then you can pay 1 and a green, discard Altenac from your hand, return target land card from your graveyard to battlefield tapped. So, while I don't think Altenac is really that playable, because it is a big donkey, it is kind of nice that it's a big donkey that you can ramp and that can put itself into the graveyard, and you get a 9/9 trampler, and then it just draws a card when it gets targeted. Like, maybe that's enough to actually play this in like a Sultai Reanimator deck in Gladiator. I don't think this is powerful enough for Canadian Highlander, but this is a pretty nice ability. It could be, like, it's worth mentioning that this is kind of like Restore, although Restore returns the land into play untapped, Restore being, well, I guess this card. Just 2 mana, return a land from your graveyard to play. Being able to activate this uncounterable instant speed to return your Strip, your Urza Saga, your Dark Depths, your Karakas, your Glacial Chasm, whatever, is kind of nice. And then maybe if you are like a natural order deck, like if you're like a natural order lands deck, you can consider playing this card. I still don't think it's good enough. I think that it is not going to be strong enough for Canadian Highlander. In fact, we didn't even talk about it on the North 100 set review, but it does have a niche to it that, you know, especially brave players could maybe give it a whirl, but I don't think it's enough. Yeah. I think that this is an okay card to test out if you're looking to, if you want to play with it, not necessarily if you're trying to win as many matches as possible. That said, I would love to just try and draft this archetype or even consider this in Legacy. Like, I think this might be something that you can reasonably consider playing in Legacy, especially if you're like a lands list playing Intuition, because you can Intuition for 3 of the say its names and then pull this up. That's kind of cute. You could do like old Intuition packages with like Loam and the lands you need. It's kind of neat. Anyways. Balustrade Worm. 3 green for a 5/5 worm. This spell can't be countered. Trample and haste. And has Delirium. Pay 2 green and 2 colorless to return it from your graveyard to your play with a finality counter on it. This card is just not good enough. It looks appealing because it's uncounterable and it's a big trampling worm with haste, and that's exciting, and you could potentially bring it back. But green, especially, like, I'm going to talk Gladiator for this because the power level obviously not good enough for Canadian Highlander, but for Gladiator, you have more 4 and 5 drops with haste in Gladiator than you actually do in Canlander because of all the alchemy cards that they just like printing, like Lupine, what's its nuts, or the weird frog thing. I don't know what they're called. This is not my wheelhouse, admittedly. But those cards are scarier than this thing, and also often cheaper or provide more flexibility with like when you play them and how you play them. And Delirium is just a bit more difficult to hit in certainly a mono green list, but even in like a red green list that is focused on playing big donkeys. Like, I don't think you're hitting Delirium that often, so I'm not super excited about this card. No. I mean, we can talk about this. Enduring Vitality. 1 green for a 3/3 vigilance, 3/3 enchantment creature Elk Glimmer with vigilance. And creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. And then when Enduring Vitality dies, if it was a creature, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. And it's an enchantment. Yeah, this is like not super exciting to me. I think this is what Essica has and like Cryptolith Rites. I'm not super enthused by this. It's just a 3 mana 3/3 vigilance creature that doesn't do too much. Like, I feel like if you're playing one of these cards, you really want them to like modify or like to amplify some of your other stuff or provide some kind of like combat stats, and this does not do that. This does not give the longevity that the white enduring card does. It doesn't provide the combat payoff that the blue one does. It's just, yeah, not a fan. Not a fan, even if they are pretty annoying. Also, it's a little awkward that it can't tap when it becomes the enchantment. If it could, I might be a little higher on it. But the fact that when it dies, you can no longer tap it to add a mana. This is just Bambi. Hold on. This is actual fucking Bambi. This is why did it save? Why is this image so small? It's just Bambi. It's got the fucking eyebrows and everything. This is just Bambi. Bambi is a horror movie. Save that shit for Reddit. Come on. Bambi is not a horror movie. Fear of Exposure. No, this card's not good. No, this card's not good. Wow, the green cards kind of suck. Except for this card. I really like this card. Hauntwood's Shrieker. 1 green for a 3/3 beast mutant that says whenever Hauntwood's Shrieker attacks, you manifest dread. And then pay 1 and a green, reveal target face down permanent. If it's a creature card, you may turn it face up. So I said at the start of yesterday's set review that I am higher on Manifest Dread than other people I've spoken to. And this is one of those cards that come to mind. Because while this is indeed a 3-mana 3/3 with no ETB, I do think that this card reads when it attacks, you win the game. Or something close to that. Like, obviously we're in green, so accelerating this ahead of schedule is pretty good. That's exciting. And then being able to attack with this card and clear, like, if this gets killed, who cares? It gets killed, right? Like, the arguments I've heard about this card, and while I do talk about them sometime of like, hey, this is a 3-mana card that dies to lightning bolts or whatever and doesn't do anything immediately. Typically when I'm talking about those cards or like dies to spot removal or whatever, like, one, the whole like Baneslayer dies to Doomblade is not really a valid criticism for a lot of things. And 2, I tend to use that more so when I'm talking about cards that need additional setup or cards that are like 4 mana or non-green cards. Being in green is huge, right? You have mana dorks. And you often just have Moxen as well. So playing this card as early as turn 2, if your opponent does not have an answer for it, it is going to take over the game. And that's not even like keeping in consideration the like blowout potential of this activated ability, right? Like being able to just attack them, manifest dread, you get 1 attack in and you're like, oh shit, that's a questing beast. Or like, oh shit, that's like a big boom that I'm going to just want to pay 2 to reveal face up. Is pretty exciting. So while this card does die to a lot of spot removal, and while it is scary when you play this on curve or ahead of curve, I do also think this card is kind of terrifying later on, right? Like how many games in these formats on 100 card singleton just kind of boil down to slugfests where it's just like, all right, what did they top deck? And it's like, oh shit, they top deck a creature that if I don't deal with it immediately, it is going to start making more creatures, effectively drawing cards or building to the board, right? And like filling up your graveyard and doing a whole bunch of shit. So I'm pretty high on this card. I will admit the faults that come with it, or the vulnerabilities, I guess, that come with a card like this, but they don't always have it. They do not always have it. And you also just like have protection, right? You don't necessarily have to slam this on turn 3 if you don't think it's right for the matchup. You could just play this and then like wait to play this while you have your Blossoming Defense or your Tyvar stand. And then they're just not great. Is there enough turn face down cards to abuse ETBs? Well, these don't face down cards when they're turn faced up. You don't get the ETB. You should ignore this line of text outside of this. Like, don't try to get too cute with this. It's just use this with this. You don't need to do more. I guess this card gets talked a lot online, so I'll talk about it here. Hedge Shredder. 2 and 2 green for a 5/5 vehicle that says whenever Hedge Shredder attacks, you may mill 2 cards. Whenever one or more land cards are put into your graveyard from your library, you can put them into play tapped, and it has Crew 1. So this card gets brought up a lot with Hedron Crab, and I think that's too cute. That's it. I just think it's kind of it's just too cute. I think it's too much mana. I think it needs too many cards. It doesn't actually have a payoff. You're prone to bricking. Yeah, not super excited. Maybe for Commander. Maybe for Commander. But that's it. Bamp. Bramp. Oh, no. This one's all right. Insidious Fungus. It's J.K. Rowling's house, apparently. 1 green for a 1/2 creature fungus that says pay 2, sack, choose 1. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, or draw a card, and then you may put a land card from your hand into play tapped. It's kind of like a Haywire Might. I don't want to say that this one is better or worse than Haywire Might. I think they are different cards that different decks are going to want to play them. I think it is easier to play a deck without green spells, but splashes for Haywire Might and Deathrite Shaman, for instance. I'm going to bring Haywire Might on screen just in case people forget. Right? Haywire Might only hitting non-creature artifacts and enchantments is also pretty relevant as we get more artifact creatures, more artifact enchantments. Not being able to like block a Construct and kill another one is pretty, that makes Haywire Might a little awkward. Obviously, Haywire Might could just kill Urza Saga, but so could Insidious Fungus. The life gain is kind of relevant. You can find this off Urza Saga. This one, you could just cash in to draw if you're really desperate to find something that isn't this. This one can be found off Green Sun Zenith. Like, there's a genuine, which one am I going to play, or do I just play both if I want redundancy for this kind of effect? I think it just depends on your metagame and the cards that you're really worried about. If you are more worried about, like, the One Ring, and you are a deck with less, like if you're like a 4-color deck, like maybe Haywire Might is just going to be better, right? If you're worried about getting like Crucibled or Fastbond comboed or Paradox Engine or whatever. If you are a green deck and you want another effect of this alongside your like Outland Liberator or whatever, then the Insidious Fungus is probably a better option. Okay. This card people are talking about quite a bit. I'm not super excited for this. Kona Rescue Beastie. 3 and a green for a 4/3 legendary creature, Beast Survivor. It has survival. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Kona Rescue Beastie is tapped, you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. So this card gets is getting talked about quite a bit because of Omniscience. And like cheating, like the idea of cheating Omniscience into play with this card is really appealing, or any big donkey or whatever. But we already have ways to do that in both Gladiator and Canadian Highlander, and also Standard, right? Like we're getting Omniscience in Standard, but we have Reenact the Crime, which is not a 4-mana, 3 toughness card. Like this is a 4-mana, 3 toughness legendary creature that requires you to get it tapped and then also go to your second main phase. I do not think this card is playable in either Gladiator or Canadian Highlander. And frankly, I don't even think this card is playable in Standard. I'm willing to bet that this card will not see like reasonable, genuine, constructed play. Too easy to kill, too difficult of a setup. We already have a deck that can do this kind of thing, but can do it while getting around the common pieces of removal or interaction, right? So yeah, cool commander card though. I gotta say, like, there's a cool way of if you played this as like mono green vehicles or something, that's kind of cool. Yeah, cool commander card, he says. I think this Leyline is such a cool card to add. Leyline of Mutation. It's a Leyline that is just Fist of the Suns. I think that's great because it is such a aspirational card, right? Like if you want to play a 60 card deck with this and you're like mulliganing for this Leyline and then you're just trying to get to Wooburg to cast your big idiot spell as quickly as possible, that's very cool. Like it's obviously redundancy of Fist of the Suns in decks that care about Fist of the Suns for Commander. But this is such a cool Leyline. I think this is like a perfect Leyline to play. Kona doesn't have as cool of a like name. Wait, sorry. Kona doesn't have as cool of a name like Makar for vehicles. Well, what about K-Kona, brother? Pumpkin Pie Hoorah. Yeah, dude, I mean, you're not going to beat Dude Where's Makar. Like, that's impossible. Cheers from Iraq. Cheers, love. The cavalry's here. Tracer in Iraq. Happy 9/11, by the way. Omnivorous Fly Trap. 2 and a green for a 2/4 plant with Delirium. Whenever Omnivorous Fly Trap enters or attacks, if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, you distribute 2+1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures. Then if there are 6 or more card types among your graveyard, double those counters. So just to clarify, this is a 3-mana 2/4 that doesn't do anything if you don't have Delirium. Okay, just checking. Yeah, happy 9/11. Yeah, legitimately forgot about it. I did as well until late last night when I saw somebody make a tweet of they're just like, I always get jealous of my East Coast friends that get to celebrate holidays ahead of everybody. And it was just like, it was just so funny. It was just like, oh, they get to celebrate 9/11 ahead of schedule. It's always, you know, it's one of those awkward things. It's like when people are talking about Happy New Year, it's like, dude, it's 9 p.m. In Golgari midrange? No, it's just, when you don't have Delirium, you have played a card that I might not play in my limited deck. And that sucks. This one's kind of interesting for Gladiator. Overgrown Zealot. 1 and a green for a 0/4 elf druid. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Tap to add 2 mana of any one color. Spend it only to turn permanents face up. I am going to ignore the second line of text, but who knows? It might pop up here and there. This is a 2 mana 4 toughness elf that adds 1 mana of any color. It's an elf that doesn't die to bolt and just adds whatever. So I'm going to play this in a lot of decks in Gladiator, I think, with Mana Dorks. I like this as a 2 mana Mana Dork. It's pretty nice. This is our Sylvan Caryatid waiting room, and I'll take this. No, we don't have Caryatid yet. Overlord of the Haunt Woods. 3 green for a 6/5 enchantment creature avatar horror with impending 4 for 1 green and a green. Whenever Overlord of the Hauntwoods enters or attacks, you create a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere that is every basic land type. So out of all the Overlords, we didn't actually talk about this on North 100 Showdown, but I didn't think about this until on my way home. Is that I think I like this card for a couple reasons. One, like, it's really good in multiples, right? You impend the first one, untap, and then just hard cast the second one, right? So the first copy plays into the second copy, which I think is really cool for standard. Obviously not relevant for us, but I think that's kind of terrifying. For us, on the other hand, like 3 mana to get this like suspend card effectively that creates a land of any land type is really good for a deck that I played last Monday at our weekly Canadian Highlander tournament, Scapeshift. I'm kind of on I'm thinking about Scapeshift quite a bit. And I think that there's somebody who has been playing, there are a couple of people that have been playing Scapeshift turns, and I took that list. I hate to not to be a hater, but I think I made it better. And this is a card that, because I've been thinking about Scapeshift, this is the card that I've been looking at and going like, oh shit, this is really good with like, really good at setting up your Mystic Sanctuary, really good at making sure you have enough mountains for Valakut. It is a thing that you can play that I can blow up the board and then they'll have to deal with this eventually. Really good with Up the Beanstalk. That's something I'm super excited to play this card with, is Up the Beanstalk. And yeah, I think I'll try this card out in Scapeshift and Highlander. I think this card is just like totally fine in green ramp decks and Gladiator too. Like this is a card that I'm more than happy to spend a wild card on. Yeah. I got Shift on the brain. I just like taking extra turns, you know? I like taking extra turns. Not me double checking to see if I own a copy of this card. Not me double checking. Bale Merc has been spoiled. Oh, the black one. That's the Raised Dead. I like the Raised Dead one too. I think I might save it for the closing stream, because we got one more set review stream after this. I mean, yeah, to talk about that one very briefly, I like it, but only in certain decks. Alexander the Fine, welcome back for the 59th month. Hey, how you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I need to schedule something with you. That's a thing I need to do. I need to pay attention to Discord. God, I hate Discord. I hate Discord, but there's no other place to do it. What if I created my own forums account? What if the Wheeler stream, we had proper old school like online forums, like a BBS system? Let's return to I think it would be kind of fun. Hell yeah. All right, I want to talk about this card because I think I like this card. Patchwork Beastie. 1 green for a 3/3 artifact creature beast. Patchwork Beastie can't attack or block unless there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill a card. It doesn't know it isn't real is a pretty good piece of flavor text here. What I like about this is that recently we have seen players test out 3-color Delirium decks. I've seen in Canlander. I'm talking about Canadian Highlander, although a lot of this might apply to Gladiator as well, because a lot of the cards that are found in this archetype are more recent cards. But sorry, I got distracted by calling this card a mascot and trying to think what mascot is it. What I'm getting at is we have seen Jund and Abzan Delirium decks. They're, the Abzan list being a bit more mid-rangey and trying to cast like Emrakul, and the Jund lists being more like aggressive and kind of having some recursion attached to it. This is a Digimon. Oh shit, this is Lopmon's Digivolution. What the hell is his name? He was the bad guy in the Digimon movie. Lopmon Evolution. Lopmon, of course. Wendigomon. This is just Wendigomon. Why can't I find a clip of Wendigomon? Why can't I find a good clip of Wendigomon? I guess this is from the Digimon Masters thing. Why does this look like shit? This is... Fuck. I don't know. Google Wendigomon and you'll find it. Wendigomon, I guess, is probably how they pronounce it in the game. Or the anime. Anyways, okay, so these Abzan and Jund Delirium kind of decks have been popping up. And I think that's a pretty interesting approach to like a more aggressive graveyard kind of recursion deck. Like you get to play Dragon's Rage Channeler, you could play Gnarlvine Dryad, you could play Inti, you could play, you get Baubles, you get like Saga, all these Tarmogoyfs or whatever. Like you could be a very lean deck and just beat the shit out of people. And this card, not only does it get to just be a 1-mana 3/3 a lot of the time, because getting Delirium in those decks is pretty easy. You're kind of sculpted to do that. Is that if you need to discard this, it sets up Delirium for other cards pretty nicely because it is 2 card types, right? Artifact, creature. And then if you just get into play and it doesn't attack immediately, beginning of your upkeep, getting to mill card is pretty huge. Helping your Goyfs grow bigger, getting a Delve spell set up, just triggering on upkeep, be like, do I want to draw this card? No? Okay, it goes to the graveyard, right? Like that's Search for Azcanta kind of play pattern. On a 1-mana card, pretty nice. Pretty nice. This is a card that I'm excited to test in like a Jund Delirium deck. We talked about Say Its Name. This card costs 5 mana. There's a Land Cycler. This card's not great. Although it's a border. Oh my god. It's a Civic Wayfinder. Woo! I could talk about this stupid doll. Twitching Doll. 1 and a green for a 2/2 artifact creature Spider Toy. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Put a nest counter on Twitching Doll. Hydra gave $5. What would happen if Patchwork Beastie and Deathbonnet Sprout hold hands? Do you think they would play in the mud together? Well, you know what? That's a great question. Let me double check. I gotta mention Hydra. First off, thank you for the $5 donation. Secondly, I did bring up Deathbonnet Sprout. It was so funny because we talked about this card on the North 100 set review. And Surge is like trying to remember a card. It was either Surge or Nelson, and they start describing it, and as they're describing it, I like get the vibe that they're talking about Deathbonnet Sprout, and I could feel like a smile kind of cross my face. I'm like, oh, do you mean Deathbonnet Sprout or potentially Deathbonnet Hulk? And they did, but they also combined it with Gnarlwood Dryad, the 1-mana 1/1 Death Touch Delirium becomes a 3/3. And it was just a very nice moment of like, oh, Deathbonnet Sprout mentioned. Yo, Deathbonnet Sprout got mentioned. But yes, look, their hands are kind of the same size. Look, they're just holding hands. Just holding hands. We don't have to talk about this weird spider doll, but for what it's worth, I don't think it's particularly good. Here's a Tyvar. Tyvar the Pummeler. 1 green for a 3/3 elf warrior. Tap another untapped creature you control. Tyvar gains indestructible until end of turn, and tap it. 3 green green. Creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. I don't think this card is that good. Like, maybe it's fine in elves, but even then, this is more of a like a beatdown card and less of an elf card. Wait, this goes infinite with Devoted Druid? How does this go infinite with Devoted Druid? Like, you get a big creature and you tap it and then untap it, and then you pay, like, you have to have like a 6/6 or whatever. 5/5. I guess you need to activate it once and then it buffs it and then you do it again and then, yeah. We did it, everybody. We did it. We went infinite with Devoted Druid. Wow. Nobody's ever done this. Nobody's ever done this. Actually, that's a good idea, Pywo. I guess 0 sets is probably better, yeah. Because I'm not tracking that shit every day. Was there an MH3? I think so. Usually. It's just so easy to go infinite. I'm not enthused by this card. I know people like Tyvar. As a character. I'm not super high on this card. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. It's a 3 mana card that doesn't really do... I mean, this is kind of elf stuff, but it's very expensive. It does protect itself. It's like a more selfish Azuri, which is kind of weird. No, this card combos with Devoted Druid. Oh yeah, the Planeswalker Tyvar is great. Is he actually a himbo? I know people keep mentioning himbo. I don't actually know his lore. Is he stupid? Because you need to be stupid to be a himbo. Right? He's not stupid. They just keep coming and coming. Perfect for my morning workout. He's a jokester and likes fighting with his fists. Oh, he's what's the guy? What's the guy from JJK? Toto? Is he like Toto? I decided to rewatch JJK, and it's not bad. I don't entirely understand. I mean, I guess I understand the hype over it because Westerners refuse to watch anything aside from shonen. And like anytime you get shonen with genuinely interesting characters, people just lose their fucking mind. He's kind. I mean, that's important. You got to be big. You got to be a little stupid. You got to be incredibly kind. No, none of these cards are good. Great. We got special guests. I think there's a weird special guest card in green, right? Productive Company we already have. Noxious Revival is kind of interesting. So 1 Phyrexian green. No, we're listing himbo qualifications. He's just Goku? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Tyvar is Goku. He's just Goku. That's all I needed to hear. If he's Goku, then he's great. Didn't we ban himbo discussion? No, I think I've banned like top and bottom stuff. I don't know. I mean, I tried to... I'm not a huge fan of the conversations that are just leading into, like, weird... I mean, I don't know if this is the place to do it. I'm not a huge fan of the trend of online baby gays just rebranding boomer humor as... But now it's, like, within the case of introvert, extrovert, top, bottom, whatever. Like, it's all very weird to me. And it's all very like people, it gives big vibes of like people that are upset that they can't talk about which Harry Potter class they're in because J.K. Rowling is a TERF. And they're like, okay, well then we have to do it for everything else. But if he's Goku, I'm down to clown. Yeah, Noxious Revival. Instant, high Phyrexian green mana. You put target card from a graveyard on top of its owner's library. Great. Cool. This is a card that occasionally pops up in combo shells. And I imagine if it shows up in our format, it's going to be in a combo shell. That's it. It is a weird one. It's like Noxious Revival. What the hell? What the heck? He's a black aligned hero. Despite the fact that he is obviously green. This card is way too big. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's 6 mana for 10/10 worth of stats. But I think there are better natural order targets. Has anyone tried comboing with flubs? I've been trying to find a copy of flubs and I can't. I didn't know that it was a buy a box card. I thought it was like randomly in packs or something. But it's a buy a box card and they can't sell, the store can't sell them until like the new, I forget what the actual rules are, but like stores can't sell them like as singles until like the new set has released or whatever. Yeah, I don't own a copy of flubs. I'd be curious to look into playing with him. Or if anybody has a copy of flubs they want to trade, I'm in. Each punch a player controls. Each controller may exile it. Oh, this card stinks. Not for us. This is not one of the cards that I want. There is a green card in here. I think. I guess not all the decks have been previewed, right? All right, we gotta wait. Sorry, folks, we gotta wait. Spoiler alert, but there may be more cool green cards to talk about. I've got a flubs for you. I'll need to get to Cape Town. Get it from Cape Town. That might be a little tough. All right, on to gold. Arabella, huh? No, that's the wrong one. Wait, did I have a room? No, I have a gold room to talk about. Arabella, huh? The abandoned doll? This one I'm actually okay with until until the name. The name is very funny to me. Not familiar. Annabelle. Arabella Abandoned Doll. Red and a white for a 1/3 legendary artifact toy. Whenever Arabella Abandoned Doll attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less. Cool commander card. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's worth playing in like a token strategy or whatever. I tend to like talking about any new legendary creature. Yeah. Arabella. Baseball bat. Green and a white for an artifact equipment. When baseball bat enters, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature attacks, tap up to one target creature and it has equipped for 3. I think this card is a little too soft in that that equip cost is huge. This ability is pretty interesting, but it's a weird color combination for wanting like a cheap utility equipment. So I don't think I'm playing this in anything. I gotta say, this card, it's less this and more like baseball. Like this, another card from LCI got brought up in relation to this card. I saw people talking about this. Oh, no, not that. I don't mind wrench. I don't mind pipe. I don't mind knife. I like that. I like the card names that just describe what it is. And like contested ball game is a very generic kind of name that describes a sport. I think sports are kind of cool, right? If you're trying to build out a world... Oh, I just got something in my eye. No. Oh, my least favorite thing in the world. Oh, God. All right, I think we're good. Yeah. I am okay with there being a game... Well, I think I'm okay. I'm okay with there being cards that reference games or activities or tools used in a world. And I'm also okay with there being a game where people use a bat to hit a ball and the ball goes far. And that's fine. It's weird that it's exactly baseball. You know? This is the part that I don't like. Like, if they had a bat, that's okay. If it was called spiked bat, wooden bat, whatever, that's okay. Baseball just feels so clunky, so unset. Like it's... What? I'm not going to talk about the Korean baseball players in costumes. I mean, I could. Yeah, it's like just a very weird naming convention where they have shown restraint. They have shown that even for something like this, where they might want to, you know, I mean, this could be a thing where they're like, white people aren't going to be able to pronounce this name, like the name of this game. But like, they've shown that they do it differently. They've shown that they can like have some kind of restraint to make it more generic or more open so that like you don't run into things like, what the fuck is a baseball bat? Does that mean that there's Barry Bonds? Hey, out of curiosity, in the Magic the Gathering, so in Duskmourn, what was like the league setup? Did they have like a segregated racial league when baseball started? Like, what's going on here? Does the baseball league in Duskmourn suffer from... Does the baseball league in Duskmourn suffer from a lot of steroid abuse or controversies about hiding spousal abuse and assault of their players? Like, what's going on here? These are the hard-hitting questions that I will be asking in the audience of the Duskmourn. It's just getting kicked out of MagicCon Vegas because I'm like... Is it true that... Is it true that Is it true that the rumors that Duskmourn Babe Ruth was actually of mixed race? I'm going to get Magic canceled for that when they whitewash when they whitewash the when they whitewash the Bambino himself. Oh fuck. So stupid. God, I hate this set. All right. Brood Spinner. Black and a green for a 2/3 spider with reach. And when I just looked at the art, oh my god, that's funny. When Brood Spinner enters, surveil 2. Pay 4 black and a green. Tap. Sacrifice Brood Spinner. Create a number of 1/1 black and green insect tokens with flying equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. This is what is it? Is it called Spinner or Spawner? The like blue and a green spider. Is it Vile Spawner? Is that its name? Vile something? Vile Spider. Vile Spawn Spider. I was close. It gives shades of this card, albeit in a color combination that is more enticing for self-mill, although there are a lot of self-mill decks or dredge decks in Gladiator that do play blue. But this is more a recurring piece of advantage that has a cheaper payoff. And while like this can make this makes stronger insects, right? They have flying and you can like hitting your delirium or whatever. I imagine at the point that you're willing to crack into these spiders, you're going to get more bang for your buck out of Vile Spawn Spider. So I'm not super excited about this card, but I do want to use this card as a great example of how to make a set like Duskmourn have a little bit of levity in it and have a little bit of humor while not being Ghostbusters or a baseball bat. This is a great way of doing that because we as a player of the game look at this art and go, damn, that's funny. This spider has big googly eyes, right? Like it plays off as a lot of the same tropes as like the basilisk from Dark Souls of these big goofy googly eyes when you're like, wow, this looks stupid. And that's very funny. Until you think about it from the perspective of your character or what can happen. And you're like, oh shit, this is terrifying. There are additional larger eyes in this nest of a giant spider that has seemingly human eyeballs attached to it. And that would be frightening to see. Much like the basilisks in Dark Souls where you're like, oh, those aren't eyes. Those are like distractions. Like it has actual eyes. Those are like big, scary distractions. And if I go near this basilisk, I'm going to get cursed and die. Right? So I think this is a great way of injecting that kind of humor and kind of like lightness to the set from a player perspective without sacrificing the theming and the brand and the cohesion of the set with fucking Ghostbusters sequels and whatever. Ghostbusters sequels also, side tangent, the Ghostbusters sequels are very weird. It is so weird that Ghostbusters Among Everything became like a franchise. Like out of all the series and movies, like Ghostbusters did very well, the original one, but it's just like, why? Very weird that it became this like, hey, actually, let's make this I mean, I imagine Stranger Things had something to do with it, right? They're like, oh shit, Stranger Things made a lot of money. What if we made a movie of that thing that Stranger Things is just stealing from? Right? I like Ghostbusters. I like the original Ghostbusters quite a bit. I like the animated series. I even like Ghostbusters 2. And you know what? I'm going to make a very bold, controversial take here. I genuinely enjoyed the 2016 Ghostbusters. The one that Neckbeards hated. And that a lot of people didn't think... there were a lot of people that were like, this was not good. I remember going to that... Hey, Kiefer, do you remember going to see the 2016 Ghostbusters with Nick, and it was genuinely funny? You were probably drunk. Okay. I remember watching it and genuinely enjoying it. There were, certain moments where that was like, they farted and they're like, that just happened. And you're like, oh, okay. But I remember Chris Hemsworth being fucking incredible. I remember Kristen Wiig and Kate McKinnon being great. Leslie Jones had a pretty good, that character was, actually not, I mean, an arc sounds like it's overselling it. But yeah, it also made money, I guess. Oh, well, no, it didn't because of the cut, right? Yeah, I don't know. I remember watching it and being like, I was okay with the amount of money that I spent to see this movie. Anyways, Tamtar back for the 64th month. Holy smokes. Thanks for always having the best streams, Wheeler. Well, thank you so much. Glad to have you. Good to see you. That's a long ass time. I hope you're doing well. This card's poop. This card's kind of interesting. Drag to the Roots. Drag to the Roots. Hey, that sounds like, I don't know. I was going to make a joke about doing a drag show to, huh? Thanks. This all sucks. This card is pretty okay. 2 black and a green instant. Destroy target non-land permanent, but for Delirium, it costs 2 less. So I don't think this is Canlander playable. Because 4 mana up front for this is just too much. Like, even if you're like, hey, doesn't matter, I get to kill your thing. Probably too much. Maybe if you're like a dedicated, like that Jund Delirium deck I was talking about, you can maybe justify playing this. Like if you're going ham on the Delirium. But I don't think this is a card that you play in like a Sultai control deck or a mid-range or check pile or whatever. The other removal spells you have are just too efficient. But in Gladiator, I don't hate this because, again, games are a little bit slower. You can justify playing like 1 or 2 kind of copies of this sort of card. There's one in Strixhaven that's like if you gain life, you get to do a thing, which is not good. But I think this one's pretty all right. It's a little narrow in that, like, I wouldn't play this in every Black-Green X deck. But I think that if you have like enough diversity of card types, certainly if you're playing some like Planeswalkers, you can justify playing this. Gremlin Tamer. White and a blue for a 2/2 human scout with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters or fully unlock a room, you make a 1/1 gremlin. So this card goes infinite without any kind of possibility to intervene with Enchanted Evening and the other room that we talked about earlier. I'm a little, call me Natalie and Bruglia because I'm torn. I don't know how to feel about this card because it does do something unique, right? Being able to be kind of like a young pyromancer or a third path iconoclast for enchantments is kind of nice. But, well, I guess third path iconoclast is the third path iconoclast for enchantments. But it's a little like, it's appealing for what it does and how unique it is, especially at that mana value. But it's not exactly something that I want to, like, it doesn't exactly solve all the issues that these decks have. It doesn't really, it does something unique and cheap and can go infinite, but also like, is that going to help shore up the issues the Enchantress decks have? Is it going to help, like, really double down on certain themes? My answer is probably not. I'm a little low on this card, but I do think it's worth respecting just how, again, cheap and unique it is for what it does. Also, yes, this does look like Princess Di, which is holy shit. Oh my God. Has Karakas ever been pointed? It seems like holding back a ton of cool cards for next to no inclusion cost. It hasn't. And I'll tell you why, because this gets brought up a lot. Karakas is an appealing card for people to talk about going to 1 point. I don't think Karakas should be 1 point, because a lot of the arguments for whether or not Karakas should be free, they kind of just like answer themselves, right? Like the primary argument is that Karakas stops people from including certain legendary creatures because they do not have enter the battlefield abilities, and Karakas is just too ubiquitous at what it does, too ubiquitous across archetypes of people splashing it, and that there's like no cost to playing it or little to no cost to playing it, and that restricts deck building and creativity and whatnot. My answer to that is a couple of things. One, there is a genuine cost to playing this card. It is a non-basic land. We are a format with Blood Moon, Back to Basics, Price to Progress, Wasteland, and Harbinger of the Seas or the Tides, whatever the fuck this card's name is, because Surge called it the wrong thing, and then I was like, I think it's called this other thing. It's like it's Harbinger of the Seas. Great. It's not a thing that you can reasonably splash in other colors as well, because then it's effectively a colorless land. And if you're a deck that cares about having a splash color for certain X spells, well, the X spells are already like in white, so it doesn't really do that there. So, the like hate pieces exist to punish you for this card. And as a splash card, there is a genuine cost that you can't even say like, well, what if it helps supports these other cards, the Leyline Bindings, Prismatic Endings, but like that's already in white, so you don't get that strength. And Karakas isn't stopping legends without ETBs from seeing play. Good legends are stopping these legends without ETBs from seeing play. People still play legendary creatures across all different archetypes. In fact, people still play legendary creatures without enter the battlefield abilities, like Shieldred. Shieldred is a totally reasonable Magic card that still sees a shitload of play in basically every black deck that can justify playing it, despite the fact that it gets like soloed by Karakas, right? And like realistically, even if you point Karakas, Brimaz isn't going to immediately start to see play, right? Like it's not as, because that's the big one that gets brought up and has been like a part of this conversation for the longest time. Brimaz is a little outscaled and outmodded now, but that's the one I'm going to use because it constantly gets brought up. And so it's like, it's not pointing Karakas won't stop, pointing Karakas won't let players play their Brimaz or their legendary creature or whatever. Pointing Karakas is just going to lead to more snowbally games where your opponent has an early Tameo or Sorin or a Johnny Nakatl Pariah or like an unchecked Leovold or Shieldred or whatever, right? It is, or like Minskinboo. Like pointing Karakas does not solve the issue that people that are pro Karakas pointing bring up. And in fact, it would just make all these snowbally cards even better, right? Like realistically, if Karakas is out, the best cards are still the best cards. And the cards that are outscaled and outmodded are not seeing play, not because of Karakas, but because why play Brimaz when there's Adeline, right? When there's Anampakal. Like you just don't do it because these cards aren't good. It's not Karakas' fault. It's the fact that this is a card from 10 years ago. And like there are other legends, I don't know, like let's take a look. Let's take a look. Good little side tangent. I should have marked when this happens, like around 38 minutes or something. Hold on, let me write this down. 2:35. Because I'm gonna put this in the thing, because this gets talked about constantly. And I don't mind answering it, but this is a conversation that I had with people recently. So I'm going to do this. Year 2024 is... Like, the cheap legends will see play even if they get Karakas, right? Like, Norin will probably see play. Tamio sees play. Johnny sees play. Basim will see play. Bristly Bill. All these cards I'm skipping over, you're not going to play this card. You're not going to, like, these cards are just commander cards, right? They're not going to see play. Gev is going to see play. It's a cheap card, has built-in Karakas protection. Lazov still sees play. Kitsa still sees play. Felia sees play. Ral, Satoru all see play. Senu can see play. Soren can see play. Like, all these cards see play at 2 mana, right? But that kind of makes sense. They're cheaper and they're legends. And so they can get around it. What cards at 3 don't see play and don't see play exclusively because of Karakas, or for a large part because of Karakas? Like, the Seed Miser doesn't see play. Like, Seed Miser does see some play in the food deck, and that's it. But that's because it's a food card. It's not as though the Seed Miser doesn't see play in other Golgari decks because of Karakas. This Breaches doesn't see any play. And it's not because of Karakas. It's because it has so many fucking words on it. Delny does see some play in the Ruin Your Evening decks that want to go ham on the cheap creatures triggered abilities if they're on Fiend Hunters and whatnot. Typically the mono white versions or the white red white green versions. Illidanri sees play in elf decks because who cares if it gets Karakas? You get immediate value, and it also is just like pretty good card when they don't have Karakas. Like, what are we hoping to do, right? Geralf wouldn't see play because this thing just gets lightning bolted and who gives a shit? It just doesn't do enough, right? Honest Rutstein occasionally sees play, and this is like in the creature combo decks and recurring nightmare style decks. And who cares? You can Karakas my Honest Rutstein. But like all of these other cards here, like that don't see a lot of play, is not because of Karakas. It's because you only get 100 cards, and a lot of these cards suck. They're bad. They're just not good. Moira sees play, even though it gets Karakas, albeit the play that this card sees is a little minimal, but it has showed up. Obviously, Nadu sees play. I've seen Paladin dance in some humans lists, and like, I'm sure if it gets Karakas, it feels pretty bad, but it's whatever. 6 still sees play despite getting Karakas. These cards are not like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm pulling from just this year and new printed cards, but do you think I'm not going to play Tristani because of Karakas? Yes, the more expensive cards don't see play because they're 4-drops. And because this is Canadian Highlander. You can't play these 4-drops in non-green decks that often. Like, it's just not going to work out. You can play some of them, but it's not the fault of Karakas. It's the fault of, Galvanic Discharge and Moxen. I mean, Moxen even let you play some 4-drops. Like Headliner Scarlet sees play. None of these cards because they're all commander cards. Satya sees play. This Swarm Weaver I'm going to be trying out. I mean, we haven't talked about this card yet, but I'm going to be trying out the Swarm Weaver. Hugs, yeah, you can play Hugs in the lands combo decks. I haven't played Necro Bloom, but this is a card I'd be kind of interested in playing. Vren has built-in Karakas protection. Like, yeah. Then we're up to 5-drops. It's like, well, your 5-drops aren't seeing play anyways because they're 5-drops, right? Like, I'm sorry, these 5-drops just wouldn't see play anyways. So to summarize, Karakas is not pointed. And personally, I would not like to see Karakas pointed, because I think Karakas does more good for the format than not. It is a card that can be answered and punished by a variety of decks, and that including it in your deck is a genuine, there is a decision to be made. My Scape Shift deck that I played, the list that I originally copied had Karakas in it as a splash, and I cut it. Because I didn't want to just get fucking blown out, and because my mana is very important to have. Even though I am a land deck that cares about having lands in play and can accelerate my lands to deal with things that might need something to deal with a creature on the board. And in addition to all that, the cards people think are being held by Karakas are being held back because they are bad. because they are not playable. Because we are a format with Ancestral Recall, Moxen, and Black Lotus. And as much as we would want to play our Brimez or our 4-mana, like, Universes Beyond card or whatever, you can't. You just can't. Because that's just what the format is. I mean, you could, and just accept that, like, you're going to get Karakas, then that maybe you should be playing, like, Strip in your points or Crop Rotation. Maybe you should also be on, like, Tech Edge and additional cards. Like, I had this conversation with Surge when he was talking about the food deck, and he's like, I just get killed by Karakas. And it's like, well, yeah, because you're not dedicating slots in your deck to deal with a card that is really good against you. Or you are not making additional changes to your deck to play around that. You are losing to this because you are not overwhelming it, you are not directly addressing it, and you are not adapting your deck to play against it. You don't have to do all three, but you gotta at least do one of those. Anywho, thanks for listening to my Karakas TED Talk. Hello, Sparky Erebos. How are you? Okay, let me get some water in me before I keep going. Yeah, you got Boseiju, you got every deck's on Wasteland, every deck's on Boseiju that can cast it or channel it. You can play your Demolition Fields. Those cards are good in like 2-color control decks. If the 2-color control decks aren't already playing Blood Moon. There are decks like Gruul Monsters that like just kind of circumvent the Karakas issue, but they can also just play it. I had this conversation with Noel, right? Noel Robin, where he was talking about the cards that he was playing in Gruul, and he was thinking about playing like Bristly Bill and whatnot. And mention, you know, some other cheap legendary creatures that he was going to consider playing, and stuff that, you know, play to like a +1/+1 counter theme or a Legends theme. And that he was on Moons in his Gruul deck, where you might not always be on Moons in that shell, but he's on Moons, and that could also lead him to be more inclined to play these Legends, because he has built his deck in such a way that is looking to punish decks that play or splash Karakas and more utility lands. And that's a cool thing. That's a good thing. That's a neat, like, consideration to have in deck building. Is like, you want there to be cards that push players into making decisions in deck building. Granted, pointing a card also lends to a decision, one that I would like to see more 1-point cards, but I don't think Karakas is the way to do it. You got a question towards a game mechanic? Sure. Go off. I'm going to talk about Inquisitive Glimmer. White and a blue for a 2/3 enchantment creature, Fox Glimmer. Enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, and unlock costs cost 1 less to unlock. Hold on. What is it? Herald of the Pantheon is the other one. And Jukai Naturalist. There are a couple of other cards at 2 mana that reduce the cost of enchantments that you can play. There's also Starfield Mystic. If you want density in that category and you're in Bant, or I guess you could just be in blue-white with this. Here you go. Here's another one of those that happens to be an enchantment. It trades the lifelink off of Jukai Naturalist, which is a big ask for an additional point of toughness, which is pretty nice. And this unlock thing that'll never show up. But yeah, if you want this kind of thing, here's some redundancy. Generally, I'm pretty low on cost reduction. Not a huge fan. I would just rather play additional cards that do things. But if you want to have a couple of those, especially for these density decks, this is not an unreasonable card to play. Kaido, Bane of Nightmares. 2 blue and a black for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker, Kaido, with ninjutsu. For 1 blue and a black, you return the unblocked attacker and put this card into play tapped and attacking. How does that work with a planeswalker? Well, during your turn, as long as Kaito has one or more loyalty counters on him, he's a 3/4 ninja and has hexproof. +1, you get an emblem with ninjas you control get +1/+1. 0, surveil 2, then draw a card for each opponent who lost life this turn. Then -2, tap target creature, put 2 stun counters on it. This is another card that I think I might be higher on than most people. I really like Kaito. Uncounterable Planeswalker is always exciting. Being able to hit the table, and then these 3 abilities are like pretty unassuming, but I all think they play fairly well into Kaito. So let's kind of break this down. I might hop around for the abilities here. So this 0, where you surveil 2, and you draw a card for each opponent who lost life this turn. So we need, if we're getting this Kaito into play and wanting to use this 0, we are going to need our opponent to have lost life. And if we had ninjutsu'd Kaito, then they are going to have lost life this turn. And so we will get to have drawn a card. And because we have been able to hit them with an unblocked attacker, that can lead us to believe that chances are they might not have a creature, or they might not have a creature that is big enough to have dealt with with whatever creature we are managed to attack into. So even though our 0 ability does not increase the loyalty on Kaito, that is okay, because at least based off of what they have on the board, or in this case, what they might not have on the board, we are going to be able to use this comfortably and assume that Kaito is not going to get dealt with, at least by onboard presence. Obviously, haste creatures is a different story. If you're worried about that, you can do that with the +1, getting Kaito up to 5. This emblem is going to, it's one of those emblems like Sorin, Lord of Innistrad, where you just repeatedly make emblems and they stack, and it makes it, this Kaito bigger and bigger, but also affects your other ninjas if you end up playing some of those. If they have something on the board, and you have ninjutsu this through like an evasive threat, or if they have multiple things on the board and you ninjutsu this through an evasive threat, +1ing Kaito to make it into, to get that emblem, to give it 5 loyalty, and then the next attack making it a 4/5, is a great way of doing that. 5 loyalty is a lot of loyalty, and 4/5 is a big thing. Not good gets Karakas. Oh, look who didn't read the fucking card. It has hexproof. It's only a creature on your turn, so it dodges sorcery speed removal. That's worth mentioning. But it also has hexproof on your turn, so it gets around instant speed removal. Where was I? If they have multiple things and you cracked in with an evasive threat, being able to +1 to get it up to 5 loyalty is kind of nice, because that's a big booty to get around getting attacked by multiple smaller things, like notably 2 bears can't kill this, and then makes your Kaito more threatening next turn. And then you have another creature to replay, presumably from Ninjutsu, that you can use to maybe chump block or kind of clog the board or make it tougher for your opponent to decide how they're going to proceed through the game. Then we have the tap. -2, tap a creature, 2 stun counters. This is a great way of dealing with an opponent that has like a single larger threat, because tapping it and then 2 stun counters, maybe the turn you play them using this ability is a little tricky, but it is a good way of being like, oh, you had a big dork that you hit me with. Well, now you're not going to be able to crack back and get my Kaito, right? But that ability, 2 stun counters is so fucking long. It's so long. But if I like smack them, and then their answer is to play a threat so that they can then challenge the board on their next turn when they can attack, and I untap and then tap it with 2 stun counters, that's so many turns. So it's tapped on the turn that I want to get aggressive with my Kaito. Then it's tapped the next turn so it can't pressure my Kaito, meaning that when it comes around back to me, I get to hit you again. and then it's still fucking tapped. Not to mention that you can play Kaido +1, tap their thing on the next turn, and then just tap it down again, and it's basically dead. It's just, that's so many stun counters. So yeah, I like this card quite a bit. I like this card in blue-black X, mid-rangey tempo kind of decks. Maybe decks that are looking to play, you know, Baleful Strix and Icefang Codal. Decks that are looking to play cheap evasive threats that want like an uncounterable planeswalker. A card that can kind of take over the game, that can draw additional cards, especially if you have some pressure. I really like this card. I'm pretty high on this card because I think the abilities all play in very well to how your opponent is going to try and address or deal with Kaido. Nashi, Searcher in the Dark. Blue and a black for a 2/2 legendary rat ninja wizard with menace. And whenever Nashi deals combat damage to a player, you mill that many cards. Then you may put any number of legendary and or enchantment cards from among them into your hand. And if you put no cards in your hand this way, put a 1/1 counter on Nashi. Yeah, you can't play Kaido as your commander. Imagine your current situation. You have 20 HP and your opponent's at 28. You play Arabella as a commander, and she's on the field. You have a Gate Instigator on the field, and my enchantment, Gratuitous Violence, and your enemy has a Harsh Mentor, and you cast Storm Herd. What happens in general? You win the game. Well, no, sorry, you don't win the game because they're at 28. But you play your Storm Herd, you make 20 creatures. They take a shitload of damage. You then attack with your commander, or you attack with whatever, and your commander triggers. They take a shitload of damage. Harsh Mentor only cares about activated abilities. Activated abilities being abilities like this, where there's a colon. Because there's a colon here, Harsh Mentor would trigger. But for what you're mentioning, both Arabella and a Gate Instigator have triggered abilities. Triggered abilities are actually Harsh Mentor itself has a triggered ability. Basically, you want to look for the words whenever or when. If it has a colon, it's probably an activated ability. If it has a when or whenever, it's probably a triggered ability. If it has an if or as, then it's probably a replacement effect. Long story short, you are not going to kill yourself by casting the Storm Herd. It is not a dumb move, and you have killed your opponent. Yes, and at is another word that often is associated with triggered abilities. Jesus Christ, my mouth is dry. I don't know where this Nashi goes. I kind of like the milling cards. 2 mana, 2/2 menace. It happens to be a ninja. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Let's get your commander deck. You know what, Warcrow? That's enough for me. That's enough for me. Nico, Light of Hope. 2 and a white and a blue for a 3/4 legendary human wizard. When Nico enters, you create 2 shard tokens. For those that don't remember what shard tokens are, they're enchantments with pay 2 generic, sack this enchantment, scry 1, and then draw a card. Pay 2, tap, exile target non-legendary creature you control. Shards you control become copies of it until the beginning of the next end step. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. I'm having a bit of a hard time evaluating this card. Definitely not Canadian Highlander playable, but potentially Gladiator playable for like a blink deck. Although the blink decks usually you want ETBs. You don't want to like make your shards into pawn profits. But maybe just having a flicker attached to a creature with an ETB itself is okay. The shard tokens are also not that bad. They're a bit expensive, but I mean, no more expensive than clue tokens. And they are a great use of your additional mana because the Blink decks can occasionally spin their wheels and just have a bunch of leftover mana and nothing to use with it. So I think that if this card does see play, it'll be a little bit of minimal or niche play in Gladiator in the Blink decks. But even then, like, though the slots in those decks are so competitive. Do I play Gilrain? I tried her in Ruin Your Evening, but she was just a little too slow. I saw this card and it's a little interesting, but then it's also it's so fucking bad into Graveyard Hate. Peer past the veil, 2 red and a green for an instant. Discard your hand, then draw X cards, where X is the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. Yeah, not a big fan of this. It just, if you get your card, like, if you get your graveyard exiled, it's so fucking bad. It's like so fucking bad. And also it's just a very awkward card. Like, where does it go? You know, it's a commander card for sure. I'll play it in Commander. Bookworm. No, I don't like this card. I mean, I'll talk about it and I'll tell you why I'm not talking about it. Oblivious Bookworm, green and a blue for a 2/3 human wizard. At the beginning of your end step, you can draw a card, and if you do, discard a card. Unless a permanent entered the battlefield face down under your control this turn, you turn a permanent face up. So this is basically 2 mana, 2/3 end step loot. The nice part about looters is that you get to control when you use them. While this card can attack and still get the loot effect, there are just better looters to play and also better combat looters to play because you don't get to play that many. Like, you can if you're all in on like reanimation and you can just play a shitload of them. But even then, you get like what, 3 tops, maybe 4. And then where am I playing this over like Vohar or Kitsa or, I mean, we're going to get Jace Vryn's Prodigy soon. Like, there are just better looters available. What's better looters? Not much. What's better looters with you? Yeah, so that's why I'm not super enthused. We have another room here. Restricted Office and Lecture Hall. 2/2 white for an enchantment room. When you unlock this door, destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater. And then Lecture Hall. 5 blue, enchantment room. Other permanents you control have hexproof. Don't do this. We have so many wrath effects that you can play. And this is not a good wrath effect. And then who even gives a shit about this? Like, this part's kind of appealing, but it's 7 fucking mana. Just so much mana. Yeah, there are better cards to play. We have a Supreme Verdict. I'm going to put this card art on screen, and then I'm going to grab more water and piss. Actually, I have water. I'm just going to piss. I'm going to have this card in front of you where I try to remember where I put my phone. It's right here. Okay, give me 1 second. Oh my god, please pray for me. I'm so sore. But carbonated water can fix me. Mmm. Delicious. Okay. Oh god, I did unmute. Wow, I'm so reasonable at my job. Rite of the Moth. 1 white, black, black for a sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to play with a finality counter on it. And has flashback for 3 white, white, and a black. What is the name of the card from Innistrad that does this? Am I okay? Did I hurt myself? I started running again, and I'm loving it, but I'm also a little creaky. And then I had massage therapy yesterday, and while it helped and will help long term, it's my quads or my thighs are screaming. But it's okay. I'm getting physio after this. So, oh, here it is. Diregraph Rebirth. Or Unburial Rites. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about other ones in addition to Unburial Rites. I guess Diregraph Rebirth is in green. 4 mana up front for a reanimation is nice. You know, that's what we're hoping for. And having flashback on a reanimation spell is also quite nice, right? Like you're a deck with a bunch of looters. You might be flush with reanimation spells, but not targets. You might want to reanimate a thing and reanimate it again. I think finality counters are terrible for Reanimator. Because the strength of Reanimator decks, especially in Gladiator, is like producing a threat, and then if it gets dealt with, you just bring it back, right? You create a threat that is really big and annoying to deal with profitably. And if they do manage to deal with it, they're so down on cards that when you reanimate it again, they just can't do anything. And so while you could like reanimate multiple things or whatever, I don't think this is worth playing because of the finality counters. Maybe in like standard or whatever, but I don't think so for Gladiator. We just have better options. This card's kind of funny, but it's a 3 mana 2 toughness card. I'm not super excited. See, this is the kind of card that I really like. From not like mechanically. Although this does feel like a kind of card that I would enjoy playing with in limited. I like this card because I think this is how I would want the survivors to be dealt. Like this to me is the cool way of showing off humans in this world of like, you know, it kind of has this like be wary of somebody who's old in a business where people die young, right? Of like, this is a world that is just hostile. It is constantly trying to kill you. You are treated as like an invasive species in this ecosystem. And somehow this person has managed to survive, right? They have managed to survive, and they are passing that knowledge down to other people in this world. And that's also shown mechanically. And that's great. I like this quite a bit. And there's not a fucking Ghostbuster in sight. This is what gets me. You have cards like this that are just like a slam dunk. And like, especially when you line it up to these two, right? You have this person who, while despite not being a survivor, they have in a way figured out how to survive, right? They have figured out a way of living in this world, albeit they did so by abandoning their humanity of sorts, right? And then this is a different way of doing it. I think that's neat. I think if this is what we have, great. If you start busting, I don't care how good you feel. I'm not a huge fan of this card. Not a huge fan of this card. I do like this card. The Jolly Balloon Man. 1 red and a white for a 1/4. Legendary creature, human clown. With haste and pay 1 generic, tap. Target creature, or sorry, create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control. Except it's a 1/1 red balloon creature, in addition to its other types, and has haste and flying. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Activate only as a sorcery. This is another great example of how to do something that is kind of funny, kind of goofy, but also terrifying, right? And doesn't feel too tropey. It doesn't feel too on the head. I mean, I guess maybe poor choice of words, but like, yeah, it looks so silly, but it's like fucking terrifying. Not just because you have a bunch of human, like balloons made of human skin, and that for some reason their faces are all contorted in agony. So either like maybe they can still feel the thing. Maybe this is just what their face was like when they died and it stayed that way. Maybe the balloon man changed their face to look like that. Why are they able to float? What is this guy's breath? What has happened to this man that he has like contorted himself and his like, existence in such a way that he can, his breath allows them to float. Like, this is a cool way of doing it. And also to talk about this card, through the context of Magic the Gathering. I like this card quite a bit. It is a powerful ability. This is actually a great example of like a commander, or not a commander. This is a great example of a card that like technically gets Karakas, but who cares? It survives Bolt. It's incredibly annoying, despite, only being at sorcery speed. Haste makes us so much better. I'd be interested in playing this in a the Kiki Pod list that I played on stream a little while ago. That deck was so fun. Yeah, I like this card quite a bit. In Canlander, I actually was interested in playing this in Mardu Initiative, or I want to play this in my red-white equipment deck for a couple of reasons. One, my version of the red-white equipment deck tends to have more of a kind of grindy mid-range-ish game plan until it seemingly combo kills you. Excuse me. There's so many ETBs in that deck, or utility cards that you want to, I'm going to actually pull it up so I can look at it. Or utility cards that you want to clone. My version of equipment tends to differ from Surge's version. Oh, I haven't updated it in a hot minute. Here it is for the folks at home. I need to update it. But I'm not on like Bone Splitters or anything like that. I am on more mid-rangey kind of threats. And like being able to copy, even if I'm copying a legend, right? Copying Astor to get an extra ETB off Danitha, getting duplicate Esper Sentinels for just drawing cards of protection, right? Fury, obviously pretty cracked. Being able to copy Giver of Runes to ensure pushing damage. Copying a Recruiter, copying a Core Outfitter or a Kemba if you really need to get the additional like equip thing. Getting a copy of Pure Steel Paladin so that whenever you play the equipment, you get to draw a card. No, Comet's legal. Comet is unfortunately still legal in Vintage and therefore still legal in Canadian Highlander. Yeah, copy a Recruiter of the Guard, copy a Relic Seeker that now has haste and flying and then smacks, immediately gets renown and tutors. Copying an initiative creature is obviously cracked. A Solitude, a Stoneforge Mystic, like, let's fucking go. No, so the ruling, what happened was cards that mentioned stickers and attractions got banned from Legacy and Vintage. Comet does not use either of those. Don't worry, Nico Spud. You can still get stickers in Vintage? No. No, you cannot. Yeah, the like very few cards that can the very few cards that whatchamacallit have that are from the unset that are not acorned that also do not use stickers or attractions. Trying to find Mind Goblin. It's so hard to search for a sticker card, huh? I guess Goblin Unfinity. What's the set? God, I zoomed in. What's Mind Goblin? Not much. What's Mind Goblin with you? This is Mind Goblin. And I think you'll find it is banned in Vintage. It's still Vintage legal? Oh. Oh, as in the cards that put a sticker on it? No, this isn't a sticker. This is just a ticket counter. This isn't a sticker. This is a ticket counter. You can still get ticket counters. This doesn't care about stickers. This cares about ticket counters. This cares about stickers. They said you can get tickets and placing stickers, right? Yeah, you can get a ticket. You can get a ticket all you want, but you can't sticker. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. This is my Paradox Pokemon aren't actually related to the other Pokemon of Magic the Gathering. This is my Fluttermane has no relation to Misdreavus whatsoever. Blue Man, pretty good. All right. This card has slowly become my favorite card in the set, or one of my favorite cards in the set. I can't put my finger on why. Wait, hold on. Why you got to get into that? It has no relation. It has no relation. Does it? It doesn't have. Does it have official relationship? Does hold on. I'm gonna pull up Sandy Shocks. I guess some of them will say like it is said to be a version of it. It's not in the evolutionary line. It's not related. Not related. Can you play? Answer me this, motherfuckers. Can you play Sandy Shocks and a Magnezone on the same team? Can I play Tyranitar and Iron what's its nuts on the same team? That's right. You can. Nidoking and Nidoqueen are unrelated? Correct. They're completely Iron Thorns. They're completely different evolutionary lines. Don't worry about it, Eat the Rich. I'm going to talk about the Swarm Weaver. Let me talk about my favorite card in the set. 2 black and a green for a 2/3 legendary artifact creature Scarecrow. That says, when the Swarm Weaver enters, create 2 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying. And it has Delirium. As long as there are 4 more card types among cards in your graveyard, insects and spiders you control get +1/+1 and have Death Touch. Okay. So, this card is 4 mana for a 2/3 that puts out 2 flying bugs, just 1/1s. But if you hit Delirium, which I got to imagine is something you've considered doing when including this card in your deck, either because you are like a recurring nightmare deck or a self-mill deck or the like Abzan mid-range Delirium deck that I mentioned. Or even just like a Jund deck that just plays Magic the Gathering. Those bugs are going to become 2/2s and have Death Touch. So 4 mana for 6-7 worth of stats with 2 of those across 3 bodies, with 2 of those bodies having Death Touch and flying, I think is kind of fucked. Like, I think that's pretty good. This gives me big Ishkana in 2024 vibes. Like, this feels like Ishkana. And I'd be shocked if this card didn't see some play. Swablu should be a water type? No. What? Because it's blue? What is this, kindergarten? Color association? No, not happening. Not happening. I bet that's the same. It's a cloud? So? That's where the flying comes in. What, everything with a cloud has to have flying and water? Clouds are made of water? So are we. We're made of water. What are you going to say? Hitmonchan's a water type Pokemon because when I cut it, it bleeds? Also, don't ask why I've cut a Hitmonchan. You don't want to know the answer. Yeah, there's a literal cloud Pokemon that is not a water type. Well, Machop bleeds blue because he's a strong believer in the police system. Can I prove it bleeds? Not against. It's against TOS. I can't do that on camera. Anyways, the Swarmweaver card. I really like this card. I think that it'll see play in Gladiator, and I'd actually like to try playing it in Canadian Highlander. I think there's enough good going on with it that this card can just take over a game. It's good on offense. It's good on defense. Also, you have this art that you can pick up, which is kind of hot. Undead Sprinter. Black and a red for a 2/2 zombie with trample and haste. You may cast Undead Sprinter from your graveyard if a non-zombie creature died this turn. And if you do, Undead Sprinter enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. I like this card. It's a pretty good aggressive card. It's a pretty good, this Rakdos, like, Inti kind of deck that I've talked about a couple of times. It's not so bad in. I think the biggest issue for this card is finding a home for it, but when you can, it's just, like, really efficient at what it does. Have I tried Vrestin? I try to get my Vrestin every single night. I tend to get my Vrestin 8-hour intervals. Oh, no, Vrestin's the Dr. Hoomst card. I like that bug as a commander. Yeah, Undead Sprinter. Not much to say here. I think if you find a home for it, then this is like a pretty good card. Good stat line, good ability. Easy to get going. It's just finding a home for it. And they exist, but they're not the most like well-established archetypes. But who knows? Maybe after Duskmourn, because I've said that a couple of times. So maybe after Duskmourn, you get some extra juice for that. Oh, Jesus. Incredible art on this card.
Using magic.
Yeah.
Incredible art on this card. Victor Valgavoth's Seneschal. Speaking of Inti. 1 white and a black for a 3/3 legendary human warlock with Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, surveil 2 if this is the first time this ability has resolved this turn. If it's the second time, each opponent discards a card. If it's the third time, put a creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. I need to have 3 enchantments enter play that seems like a big ask for a deck in a 100-card singleton where I'm trying to kill my opponent, and they're trying to kill me. Pretty cool commander card, but I don't think that this does enough for Canadian Highlander or for Gladiator. Jorge Crespo, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. It's a something that makes a lot of enchantment permanents. I mean, like, you can play a bunch of cheap enchantments that like cycle or replace themselves in some way, shape, or form. But I don't know. This is a lot of hoops to jump through. Not this fucking card. Wildfire Wickerfolk. Red and a green for a 3/2 artifact creature Scarecrow with haste and has Delirium. If you got Delirium, it gets +1/+1 and trample. So this is a 2-mana 4/3 haste trampler. This is another card for that Jund Delirium aggro deck that I've been talking about, that I would like to try sleeving up, because holy smokes, this is big, right? This is just, it's good if it gets pitched to the graveyard to add to Delirium. And it's like good, obviously, to just play on curve and smack for 3. Powerful off of Moxen. Holy smokes, this is a big one. Yeah, I like the flavor text. Isn't fire supposed to kill those things? I'm tired of this type of stuff for limited. Let me play a game that starts on turn 3. I mean, this card is closer. This is not the worst thing in the world, though, right? Like, it's kind of like, wait, is there a shock in the set? If there's a shock in the set, then I'm okay with this. But this, it's like Yavimaya Iconoclast, right? It's very similar to this card. Excuse me. I guess this always has trample and then gets haste, which is arguably a bit better. There's Pyroclasm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like this card. It's pretty good. I imagine it'll see play in green-red aggressive decks. And, God, I just want to build this Jund Delirium deck now. Where am I going? Oh. Winter Misanthropic Guide. 1 black, red, and a green for a 3/4 legendary creature human warlock with ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws 2 cards. And as long as you have Delirium, each opponent's maximum hand size is equal to 7 minus the number of those card types. Estrogen injected yippee. Are you referring to yourself or the card, Sibwow? Murph, welcome back for the 40th month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. That means a lot to me. That's a long ass time. Yes, yourself. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you, Murph. I don't know what this card is doing here. I'm not super excited for it. I mean, it's one of those cards where it's like, holy shit. What if I get, if I have Delirium, and then who cares if they're drawing extra cards? It's like, well, they're still drawing cards. They get to play them. Just doesn't mean they can stockpile them. Yeah, this is sure is a commander card. And Zamone, all questioning. 1 green and a blue for a 1/1 legendary creature, human wizard. At the beginning of your end step, if a land entered the battlefield under your control this turn, and you control a prime number of lands, create Primo, the Indivisible. I'll give this a pass, because she's a kid. And it feels very fitting. And because I like Zamone as a character quite a bit. Primo, the Indivisible, legendary 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. That and then you put that many 1/1 counters on it. So, and then it mentions the only prime numbers in existence: 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31. These are the only prime numbers. Nothing more, nothing less. I kind of like this card because it's a 3 mana, like it's a 3 mana card that is going to immediately make a 3/3. So you get 4/4 with the stats across 2 cards. And you can just use that to block. If we are a lands deck or something with some ramp in it, like being able to upgrade our Primo, being able to block with Primo and then make it a 5/5 is pretty exciting. Like, you play Magic, you weren't familiar with numbers above 20. Thank God we found the one person that doesn't play Commander. Yeah. It is a 1/1, and it's just a block of stats. I don't think this card is actually playable, like competitively viable, but it does hit the table and make a 3/3. And if you are a ramp deck, you are likely just making a 5/5 the next turn as well, albeit a legendary one, so you're just kind of upgrading, which I think is kind of cool. Pretty cool build around, though, I gotta say. And I like the card. I think this is another way that this is another version of injecting humor into the game and doing so that is fitting, right? Because how old is she? She's like 12, isn't she? Or like 14 or something? She's young. Pretty sure she's pretty young. I have no idea what year is it in the current Magic the Gathering system. This says that she was born between 4542 and 4548 AR. Get the vibe that she's a young adult. Well, she's like a theater kid or something. Like, it's fine, right? You still get the fact that you get the feeling that she's younger, right? And so, like, yeah, calling your prime number like created friend Primo is very like fitting, right? It's very like, oh yeah, okay, there we go. See, your strength, her strength is in math, not necessarily in in the creative arts or so. Yes, I know she's not a theater kid. The Prismari kids are the theater kids. As a self-hating theater kid. All right. We have some commander cards to talk about. I imagine that these are coming to Arena as well, much like all the previous ones that we've received. I haven't heard otherwise, so I'm just going to operate off of that. If I'm wrong, who cares? Aminatu Veil Piercer. 1 white, blue, and a black for a... We didn't get Bloomburrow? I thought we got Bloomburrow. Did we not get Bloomburrow? Not the Commanders. Really? We just got the furry art? I mean, I believe you. But also, I swear to God, I've played against somebody with Odd Acorn Gang. I don't even know. Fuck. Well, time to harass the Arena team. Hey, do more work. And by harass, I mean ask nicely. Because that was great. Loved adding the Commanders. Even though they didn't see much play. Oh, maybe they didn't want to implement Miracle. It's a 4-mana 2/4. Beginning your upkeep, you surveil 2, and each enchantment in your hand has Miracle. Miracle is equal to its mana cost reduced by 4. Yeah, this card's not playable. Very cool though. I mean, I like Aminatu. It's Aminatu has a soft. I have a soft spot for Aminatu, especially in Canadian Highlander because the 3-mana Aminatu was kind of a cool card that saw a little bit of play in earlier like Esper lists, like Esper control or mid-range lists, and still sees a bit of play in the Esper initiative list. So happy to see more in Aminatu. I kind of wish she was playable, but you know. I like the new Ponder art. I like her Ponder art quite a bit. Diabolic Vision reprint. Holy shit. Oh, nice growth spiral. This is a new card, right? You're from Strixhaven, aren't you? Yeah. Cayenne? Corrupted Memory. 2 blue and a green for a 2/2. As long as its power is even. All right. Phenomenon Investigators. 2 blue and a black for a 3/4 human detective with as Phenomenon Investigators enters, you choose Believe or Doubt. Believe, whenever a non-token creature you control enters, or non-token creature you control dies, you make a 2/2 enchantment creature token. And at the beginning of your end step, you may return a non-land permanent you control. Oh, this card sucks. What the fuck? Wait a minute, this card sucks. I mean, I will say this. I'm glad that a lot of these commander cards suck. Honka. The Master of Keys. X, white, blue, black for a 3/3 legendary enchantment creature horror with flying. And when the Master of Keys enters, you put X counters on it and mill twice X cards. Each enchantment card in your graveyard has escape. The escape cost is equal to the card's mana cost plus exile 3 other cards from your graveyard. Does this do something? Giving enchantments escape is kind of nice. Is there a way that we can combo with this? I don't think so. We can't loop it with treachery, right? It's just too hard. Because we need the treachery to go to the graveyard. All right.
And now, the stars of 4 Kids will sing the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see?
Surge, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream playing your Satisfactory game. Satisfactory. Final answer. Welcome, folks. We're talking Duskmourn cards. Duskmourn set review. We're talking about gold cards right now. And we're talking about Valgavoth. Hey, what? There's another Valgavoth? Valgavoth Harrower. Oh, it's this one. Harrower of Souls. 2 black and a red for a 4/4 legendary Elder Demon with flying and ward. Pay 2 life. Whenever an opponent loses life for the first time during each of their turns, you put a 1/1 counter on Valgavoth and draw a card. This card is not great because it only cares on their turn. See, the problem is they play this Valgavoth and then they just kill it on my turn. Or they Karakas it on my turn. And that feels terrible. That's it. Thanks for listening. Winter, Cynical Opportunist. 2 black and a green for 2/5 legendary human warlock with Death Touch. Whenever Winter attacks, mill 3 cards. In the beginning of your end step, you can exile any number of cards from your graveyard with 4 more creature types among them. And if you do, you put a permanent card from among them into play with a finality counter on it. This is a 4-mana legend that does not have an Enters the Battlefield ability. but it does have a pretty cool ability. So like 5 toughness makes it a little more difficult to kill. And then being able to reanimate a thing is kind of nice. My problem with this is that if we are playing this card, we are a card that is going to want to hit Delirium and keep Delirium. And that using this ability, even though we get to reanimate something, is likely going to keep us off Delirium. And despite Winter being able to set up Delirium again, hopefully with the whatever it attacks you mill 3 cards, it just feels like too much of a cost. You know? It's a bit awkward when it like looks to just get you off of Delirium in order to use. So I'm not super enthused by the Cynical Opportunist. And Zimone Mystery Unraveler. 2 green and a blue for a 3/3 legendary human wizard. With landfall, whenever a land you control enters, you manifest dread for the first time if this ability resolved this turn. Otherwise, you could turn a permanent you control. All right. Absolutely despise finality counters. You know, this is a very common thing for Commander players to mention, and it's so funny to me. Because Shivam was talking about how much he hates finality counters as well. And I don't like them necessarily, but I like what they have allowed wizards to do by printing more recursion cards. But Commander players hate having things exiled. Like, they just hate not having access to a card. As though they don't have 99 other cards to gain access to. It's just so funny to see. I mean, I get it. There are certain cards that we've talked about where I've excluded like their inclusion because of finality counters. Though most of them are because this reanimation spell that brings it back with a finality counter is kind of counterintuitive to what I'm trying to set up in my deck, and so I don't want to play that. But it's just like, I don't know, it feels like up there with like milling cards and stuff. Right? It's up there with like Commander players hating getting their cards milled. Yeah, looping Bajuka Bog. You'll never get to get them. Just Leyline of the Void plus mill. Ooh. Okay. We have colorless cards. I don't think there's gold. Oh, there might be a gold special guest. Nope. We do have colorless cards and lands to talk about. I accidentally was still on this one. I want to go to here. And then I want to look at the artifacts. I saw the Azoria Signet. I'm like, hold on. Wait a tick. Wait a tick. Pop goes the evil. Well, good news. Most of these are bad. They're all pretty bad. This is technically an egg, but not great. I mean, Ghost Vacuum. 1 mana artifact. Tap, exile target card from a graveyard. Pay 6, tap, sack Ghost Vacuum. Put each creature exiled with Ghost Vacuum into play under your control with a flying counter on it, and they're all spirit tokens. Repeatable artifact, repeatable graveyard hate is kind of nice. This is a big cost to activate, and I think I would just rather play I would rather just play the Soul Guide Lantern or like Neil Spellbomb or something than this card, or even like a Scrabbling Claws. I think there's just better Relic Progenitus, better artifact hate or graveyard hate in the form of artifacts. Somebody mentioned dissection tools. I think this card is just not good enough. It's too big. It's so fucking big. It is so big. It is a free sack outlet, but it is on a 5-drop. This thing, I will say this. As much as I hate the TVs and all this shit, I think this is pretty hilarious. If this was an undesign, I'd be more into it, but unfortunately, this is a real set. Taps to add only black and a white, but you can pay life to add green, blue, and red. Yeah, like this is like, except it doesn't feel like an actual Magic card. I hate this art, so I'm going to talk about this art. Marvin, Murderous Mimic. 2 mana for a 2/2 legendary artifact creature toy. Marvin has all activated abilities of creatures you control that don't have the same name as this creature. Unfortunately, we have gone 0 days without mentioning, without a set. We've gone 0 sets without a card that combos with Devoted Druid. Because this card is really good at comboing with Devoted Druid. There are probably some other neat little setups that you can do. I don't know how... I need to look at more stuff before I think about about this card in Canadian Highlander or Gladiator. Because, like, obviously it's pretty appealing if, like, this is able to copy something that can untap and then something that can, like, tutor. Like, maybe I'm interested in playing this in the 4-color pod list, or the podless pod list that I was playing in Gladiator, because it combines with the Old Woman. Ireth. I only say Old Woman because this is literally what her name means, is Old Woman of the Healing House. Because Marvin is, I guess, a legendary creature, you can do stuff with this, which is kind of exciting. I don't know. There's definitely combo potential on a card like this. It will require a couple of moving pieces, but it's the fact that it's colorless and only 2 mana makes it really appealing to play. Really appealing to play. Extra Mum. I don't know if I'm excited to play this in a deck with Mother of Runes. Maybe. Is there any commander cards in here? Giggling Skitterspike. Giggling Skitterspike. Cool Mindstone art. Okay, great. And then, last but not least, we go to the lands. And I really like these lands. I have been waiting to talk about those lands. Yeah, it's not really horror. It's, hey, remember this? Remember this? Remember me? There are 2 cycles of lands. I'm going to talk about them both, I guess. The Abandoned Campground is a cycle of lands where I believe it's only... No, this is enemy ones too. It's a common cycle of lands. They enter the battlefield tapped unless a player has 13 or less life. They add white or blue. I really like these lands because they are directly a design that just doesn't line up with Commander, and I am all for it. I wish they did more of that. I wish they did more designs that say, hey, this probably is not going to work in Commander. And then Commander players either go, oh, okay. Or they go, we'll see about that. And then they build some wacky, factory deck and it does some cool shit. That's just more interesting. I think they're pretty cool for limited. And yeah, maybe Pauper or whatever. I don't think they are Gladiator or Canlander playable, but I like them. They do a thing. There's the Verge cycle. So this is a cycle of basic lands. Currently, we only have the allied colored lands. So we have Blazemire for black and a red, Flood Farm for blue and white and a blue, Gloom Lake for blue and a black, Hushwood for green and a white. And there's one more. Excuse me. Thorn Spine for red and a green. I really like these lands for a couple of reasons. One, I think they're playable. That's good enough. I think they're especially playable in 2-color decks. But I also like a couple of them in 3-color decks. But it depends on the 3-color deck, which is super fucking cool to me. They kind of have the shades of like Nimbus Maze or the Tainted Lands from Torment, but they are their own thing. I think, and my evaluation on these cards is in the lens of both Canlander and Gladiator. Because there's a very specific way that they are designed, right? So Blazemire Verge here, for instance, always adds a black, and you can tap to add a red, and only do this if you control a swamp or a mountain. That is something that is pretty good. You have an untapped, theoretically an untapped dual land, right? At multiple stages in the game. In a format with fetch lands, there are spots where this is just going to be active as early as turn 2, right? But it's not always going to be active as early as turn 2, because you might play other lands that you want to get down earlier, such as fast lands, or in the case of Canlander, stuff like getting an Urza Saga going. So there are going to be spots where you are not, or pain lands, right? You're not always going to have access to the additional color, which is interesting because that means you actually have to think about where you want to include this and how this is going to affect your mana base. But the most important part is that the black-red one, for instance, always adds black on turn 1, but isn't always going to add red. So in this case, if I'm playing a black-red deck, or if I'm playing like a Grixis deck, I like access to this one, because if it's my first land of the game, I'm going to be able to cast Duress, Thoughtseize, Inquisition of Kozilek. I'm going to be able to cast Fatal Push, Bloodchief's Thirst, Cut Down. I'm going to be able to play a Nethergoyf or a Deathrite Shaman, right? I won't be able to play stuff like Ragavan or Dragon's Rage Channeler or Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning or whatever, but that's okay. That's a cost that I'm willing to pay because I will still be able to play plenty of 1-drops on turn 1 here. But that's just for the black-red one. We have to look at the other ones in particular. So for instance, the green-white one here, like the black-red one, I'm totally okay that my green-white dual land will have access to green on turn 1, but not necessarily white mana. Because on turn 1, what am I playing in my green X creature deck, right? I'm playing Mana Dorks. I'm casting, maybe I'm casting like a Lay of the Land or whatever, but mostly I'm playing Mana Dorks. And so that's a pretty nice little addition to have, right? I want to play out a Mana Dork. This is going to be an untapped green source to play a Mana Dork, but it's also going to provide additional white mana, which is always a bit of an issue for green-white because there are so many double white cards that you want to play, but it could be a little difficult with your mana base to reliably get a 1-mana Mana Dork and then get double white on turn 2 or turn 3. I hate to mention the Pioneer Angels deck, but this is a card that feels almost like designed for that kind of mana cost progression. Not going to make a comment on whether or not that actually shows up in that deck, because that deck has like Razor Verge Thicket and the Pathways and whatever. But it's, a good example of a deck that wants to have a green 1-drop and then also wants to hit double white cards moving forward. The blue-black one. This one's interesting because you don't get access to the hand attack or creature removal on turn 1, but this lets you set up your cantrips on turn 1 and then reliably have access to double blue on turn 2 for counter spells and whatnot. And also gives you access to your black mana if you want to set up a cantrip on one and then try to Hymn to Torak them. Because blue-black especially is a color combo where you're like, do I counterspell or do I Hymn to Torak? And you're not going to be able to do either of these things. And that's great. That's great that this is a thing, a land that, helps fix that issue. Blue-white's kind of interesting because you don't get access to early cantrips with this one. Turn 1 cantrip. You would get access to swords, path, prismatic ending, and whatnot, but you don't really want to use those on turn 1, right? If you're like an Esper deck, or like Esper Humans, for instance, is probably going to want to play this card because you get to play your Champion of the Parish, your Mother of Runes, Giver of Runes, whatever on turn 1, and then have your blue mana for your follow-up cards later. So this card can go into certain blue-white or blue-white X decks, but not all of them. Or if you are playing them in additional ones, you are not always going to have access to what you want earlier, so you have to be a little considerate with how you sequence your lands, which I like as somebody that believes that I can sequence my cards better than my opponents, because I believe this gives me a way to leverage an advantage where other players may shit the bed. And I like that. I like the competitive nature of these cards that are kind of unassuming and that most of the time are just going to be like pretty good dual lands, but there's a lot of nuance to them early. And then last, but certainly not least, but very awkward, is Thornspine Verge, the red-green one. So very importantly, does not provide green mana on 1. So if you're a Gruul Monsters deck or a Gruul like Blitz deck or whatever, and you have mana dorks, you don't have access to a mana dork on 1 with this card. You do have access to spot removal, right? Your red burn spells or cheap red threats. And so while this card, I imagine, will show up in certain Gruul Monsters decks or like Gruul Blitz decks, it won't be able to provide the mana dork mana on 1. It will be able to provide the Ragavan removal spell, Dragon's Rage Channeler kind of mana. And moving forward, will be able to provide the green that you want for maybe your bigger creatures, which can be pretty important for this deck, is, you know, maybe like you don't have it on turn 1, but you want to play a double green card on 3 or whatever. And is also particularly interesting for the Gruul decks that are like 75-25 split between red and green, where you're, you know, I'm a red deck, but I play Curd Ape and Berserks and whatnot. So yeah, these lands fucking rule. They are so good. They are so interesting to play about, to think about, to figure out whether or not you're including them in your deck. If you haven't noticed by the 5 years that I've been streaming, one of my favorite things about 100-card singleton formats, and frankly, one of my greatest strengths as a deck builder, is the mana base, is figuring out how to make the best mana base for our deck and for any given circumstance. Like, you've probably heard the meme of like, oh, Classic Wheeler playing like 30 lands or 28 lands in his combo deck. And it's like, I wasn't playing too few lands. I was playing the right amount of lands. And I was winning a lot because of it. Then the rules changed, and then my approach to building mana bases changed to be balanced around that, right? And so I like considerations for mana bases, and I like being able to tweak your mana base based off of not just your color combination, but what you're hoping to achieve in that color combination. These are fucking slam dunk, and I am very excited and hopeful that we see the remaining 5, the enemy ones. The rules change is the old Canadian Highlander mulligan system that we had. That changed and made it a little different for how few lands you could play. And then finally, and frankly, the last one is not super exciting. Valgavoth's Lair. It's an enchantment land that has hexproof. Enters battlefield tapped, and you pick a color, and you tap to add 1 mana of the chosen color. Yeah, it is an enchantment land, and I imagine your Enchantress decks are going to want to play it, and that's it. It's not very good, but that's it. I don't know. Not much else to say there. I think that is the last card. I don't think we have any new lands in the Commander products. I think the answer is no, but I'm willing to take a look. At least for now. That doesn't look like it. Okay, great. I was planning on doing more cube if we had more time, but honestly, this went longer than I thought. And I have a doctor's appointment to get to in less than an hour, and I still need to shower. Pun not intended. So I'm going to call it there. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Is it Wednesday today? It's Wednesday, right? Yes, it's Wednesday. So we are going to be doing one more preview discussion stream because the PPR is on Friday. Tomorrow, I'm going to do the wrap up of all the cards that we haven't talked about so far. And then because I'm going to probably have time in addition to that, I will be doing some cube. So there's either going to be one stream where I do two different things, or there's going to be preview discussion stream, I take a break, and then we do a second stream where we do some cube. So thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, all this can be found on the YouTube channel if you want to go to that. I guess there's a HelloFresh sponsorship that I should plug and a Card Kingdom sponsorship that I should plug. And a Mana Trader sponsorship that I should plug. You can use those links. Remember, the PPR is this Friday. Yeah, the other Commander decks are tomorrow. Great. Perfect. Easy money. Yeah, tomorrow won't be a huge amount of new cards to talk about, but there should be enough. I think they add the Commander cards pretty quickly. If not, I could just go off the like Mythic spoiler or whatever. Hey, let's go watch the top 8 of the MTGO Masters Tournament series that I got knocked out in, but had a lot of fun playing. Who wants to watch some cool Magic the Gathering? Go watch some cool Magic the Gathering, and I will see y'all next time. Okay, bye. Hey, Tex, bye.